the story next.
I'm Rasha Goel. Up next, how despite personal challenges, these young Angelenos have the opportunity to pursue their college dreams.
I'm Anna Marcos. There's plenty of fun and colors. Find out what the Our Pride South LA event is all about coming up.
Hey everyone, I'm Umayma Rashid. Here's what's happening in LA this week. This week marked a significant vote in LA City Council to stop discrimination for individuals with housing vouchers. Councilmember Paul Krikorian gave us an exclusive interview about how this vote will affect the city's housing crisis.
It's unconscionable that we have people who have Section 8 vouchers in hand, and then they are turned down by prospective landlord after prospective landlord after prospective landlord for no reason other than they wish to pay their rent in part with a voucher.
Members, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Today the council passed an ordinance that would prohibit discrimination by landlords based on a tenant's source of income in how they pay rent. And what that means is when a potential tenant has a Section 8 voucher or a veterans subsidized housing voucher or other kinds of government vouchers to pay rent with, a landlord cannot discriminate against that tenant on that basis alone. I think there's some stigmas that are associated with vouchers that are frankly illogical because when a tenant has a voucher, there's a guaranteed source of payment for the rent. So in many respects, that tenant is a more reliable tenant than one who doesn't have a voucher. It's good for landlords and it's good for tenants.
Do you love seeing your city in action? City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can check it out live on lacityview.org or in person at LA's historic City Hall. Gun violence has become a national epidemic, and unfortunately, some of our most vulnerable places are schools. LA's community colleges are holding active shooter drills to make sure they're ready for such incidents. Gil Reyes takes us to one drill at LA Trade Tech.
With guns drawn, LA County Sheriff's Department deputies venture into the unknown, an active shooter situation at LA Trade Tech College. It's only a drill, but for students and staff, things get real.
It was kind of scary at first, to tell you the honest to God truth. You couldn't tell where the gunman was. All you could hear was shots coming from every direction and police coming in and telling you which direction to run and which exit to go out of if you could run.
Armed with paintball ammunition, LA County sheriffs with city and county fire departments practice the scenario and get familiar with the campus to help determine best practices.
What would be the safest route to exit through to get medical care? If fire department were to stage for a triage, where would the best place for them to go?
The students are moved out of the classrooms once the gunman is apprehended and the coast is clear.
So if you were in a situation like that, expect to have your hands up?
Absolutely. That's letting us know that you are complying, you are not part of the problem, and you will be moved to a safe place.
Terrifying? Absolutely. But such a scenario could potentially take place in auto shop or any other classroom across America. Fittingly, some 30 faculty and students volunteered to take part in the drill.
They even had makeup applied to make their injuries look as real as possible.
Did you learn anything?
Absolutely. I learned to get out of the building and pay attention to the officers that come in and put the guns, because you could potentially get caught in the crossfire if you're not careful.
The LA Community College District says drills will be taking place at all 9 of their campuses.
The Los Angeles Community College District takes safety seriously. We're taking every measure and we're using every resource and coordinating with anyone that needs to be involved to make sure that if you are a student here, you will be protected.
Thanks, Gil. LA Trade Tech was the 4th LA community college to take part in these drills. Did you know LA has some of the safest drinking water in the country? We take you to the 5th annual Tap Water Day LA, where city leaders encourage Angelenos to dump single-use plastic bottles.
here in Los Angeles, we have some of the safest, most secure sources of drinking water anywhere since 1913, when William Mulholland said, "There it is, take it." We have had a steady, continuous flow of clean, safe drinking water that has allowed this city to grow, to blossom, and to become the city that we know it is today. Still, people feel compelled to go and buy water in containers this big, made out of non-renewable plastic and shipped to us from Fiji. Shame on you for doing that, folks. If you are doing that, shame on you for doing that.
The great advantage of drinking from tap water in reusable bottles rather than using these one-use plastic drinking bottles that people, seem to like so much, when they can have safer, cleaner, more reliable water right from their tap, instead of spending this unnecessary wasted money and wasted environmental damage by using single-use bottles.
The event was also a launch for 200 new water fountains as the city begins preparations for the 2028 Olympics. This story makes me smile. Students who have overcome extreme personal challenges are realizing their college dreams, thanks to scholarships from the City of LA's Housing Authority. Rasha Goel has more.
Brian Santos is among 46 scholarship award recipients whose dream of going to UCLA has come true. Despite challenges at home, this award has given him hope to pursue his goals.
Well, it means a lot to me just because my older sister, she actually got into UCLA, but because of her immigration status, she wasn't able to afford it, and she had to end up dropping out. And from that point on, I became very unmotivated to want to go to school, because I felt like if she couldn't do it, I couldn't do it. And so just knowing that I have opportunities like this scholarship that will help me pay for college, it just makes me feel very comfortable knowing that I will be able to pay for this school.
He was recognized at the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles' 7th annual scholarship celebration, along with other high school seniors. These students are from the city's public housing communities.
Because you come from public housing don't mean that you can't achieve. It just means that resources needs to be given to actually ensure that these things happen.
The event is presented by the Housing Authority of the City of LA in collaboration with Kids Progress, Inc., a social services program that supports academic and economic success of residents in the city's public housing developments. This year, legendary LA Laker player AC Green shared some inspiring words.
You stand representing a family, a generation, that has poured sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears, everything you can say. They have done it all to see and have this opportunity really come to fruition. And so with that being said, we celebrate you. I celebrate you.
$51,000 in scholarship funds are being awarded to these students. They were selected based on their grades and on an essay in which they shared their personal experiences.
The fact that they were able to overcome some of these obstacles, the fears of even getting to school, the fact that sometimes there was no one at home when they got back from school to do their homework, to help their homework. These kids had to do it on their own.
Some of the schools students will be attending include UC Berkeley, UCLA, Yale, Otis College of Art and Design, and various California state universities.
It means a lot, honestly. I feel like any dollar counts when it comes to college, especially growing up in a household where every dollar counts, We've always had an issue when it comes to money and all of that, so to be offered any scholarship means a lot to me.
We're proud of them. More than anything else, that we're really proud because they did accomplish something really, substantial. And I don't want to really base it on what they're going to do in the future, even though I'm optimistic and high hopes. I want them to understand they did accomplish something right now. They have great GPAs. They have a lot of love and support. A lot of them first-time generational going to college. I mean, they overcome some hurdles, and I want to high-five all of them.
Proof that when you put your mind to something and are determined to succeed, you can accomplish anything, just like these high school seniors have.
AC Green, I'll take that Lakers high five anytime. Hackla has a lot of great programs you might want to check out. Catch them online at hackla.org. What's your favorite Marvin Gaye song? Mine is What's Going On. that voice, that message, and the next time I need to mail a package, I know exactly where to go for my fix. Check it out.
Good afternoon. Make that good Marvin Gaye afternoon.
This event is the Marvin Gaye Post Office dedication. This post office is being renamed in Marvin's memory.
It is a big event for the community. We've been trying to name this post office after Marvin Gaye for some time. Today it became a reality. That's why you see we have such a great crowd. People are excited.
I think it's a tremendous honor, well deserved. This is incredible. He was so involved with this community, and for it to be here, it's perfect.
All honors come in due time. I wish we had done this years ago, but I'm so happy we're doing it today.
He's a Grammy winner, but he's also, in my opinion, the producer, writer, and the musician and singer on the greatest album in music history, What's Going On. That album is still relevant today, so Marvin's music and his legacy is timeless.
This is a guy whose music was before his time. If you play a lot of his songs that are 25, 35 years old, they have messages that work for today.
His music is more relevant today than ever. He's saying what's going on with our air, with the fish are dying, what is happening with the hate in the world, what's going on.
He is a message in his music. He gives you that inspiration. No matter what you're going through, you find some kind of way to come together with peace and love with his music.
He was my hero. He was my hero all my life. To describe Marvin, Marvin was a very complicated man, genius, sweet, kind, oh my God, loving. Marvin was a little bit of everything. I just like to say thank you, everybody, for loving my brother so much. If he would look around and he would say how sweet it is to be loved by you.
What a loving tribute from his little sister. You can visit the Marvin Gaye Post Office at 3585 South Vermont Avenue, adjacent to USC. That's not the only tribute we have for you this week. Council President Herb Wesson was a special honoree at the NAACP Theater Awards. The stars were out in full force on the red carpet for the event.
People that actually do work in the city, especially in the city of Los Angeles, in the film industry. Herb has just been, you know, he's iconic. He's known for it. So tonight is his night as well.
Seeing what he's done and continues to do in the community.
Together we can do more. So we got to unite and we got to move forward. And not so much for us, but for our children and our children's children.
With television, I'm able to say cut, edit, let me do it again. And the amount of talent that you must possess in order to be on stage, in my opinion, is amazing.
I think as theater is something we should never ever lose. It's kind of disappearing in certain places, but it's the foundation of all great acting, I think, theater actors.
It's very important to sort of understand that the only medias are not TV and film, that there is an interaction between an audience and actors on stage that's vital to, I mean, it's the oldest form of entertainment.
Having Lonnie Love call you iconic is pretty nice, right? We turn now to LGBT Heritage Month in Los Angeles, where City Hall leaders honor exemplary LGBT citizens from each council district. Gil Reyes has more.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
City Hall erupted in song in celebration of LGBT Heritage Month. The Unity Fellowship Church Choir performed. Their openly gay Archbishop Carl Bean could not attend, but was among the honorees.
A diverse collection of who Los Angeles is and who Los Angeles is at its best.
The LA City Council honored LGBT movers and shakers like Lori Jean. Jean is the CEO of the Los Angeles LGBT Center, a safe haven for youth and seniors.
Many of you have been champions of our community in our quest to build a world where LGBT people thrive as healthy, equal, and complete members of society. On behalf of our board of directors, our staff, our volunteers, and most of all our clients, thank you so much for this wonderful honor.
Also recognized, actor Bex Taylor Klaus. The actor is helping gender non-binary people gain acceptance.
My hope for the next generation of queer folk is that they live their lives as authentically as possible.
Outside City Hall, each city council office recognized an outstanding LGBT person in their district. Honoree Stephen Simon is executive director of the city's Department on Disability.
Look, I'm just thankful that for a lot of my career, I was able to get a paycheck to do the work I love, which is fighting for community. I'm so honored to be among the honorees today and among all of you.
From honorees to exhibits, this one at LA City Hall's Bridge Gallery dispels the myth that the LGBTQ plus flag is just one rainbow flag. In fact, there are several of them, 23 just in this gallery. Openly gay council member Mitch O'Farrell presented his True Colors exhibit. Here's a pansexual pride flag. Pansexuals are attracted to people regardless of the person's sex or gender identity. And check out the gender fluid pride flag. Gender fluid people remain flexible about their identity.
Even most of us in the LGBT community don't realize the breadth that exists of representation and identity. Identity is so important. You know, if someone doesn't see themselves represented somewhere in mainstream society, they feel isolated and alone.
We are proud of the many people who made sacrifices for the progress that we have achieved today. We're proud of this great city that we live in, but we are also very committed to continuing to advance LGBTQ rights, and not until everybody has them can we rest.
Thanks, Gil. You can check out all 23 pride flags at the City Hall Bridge Gallery through the end of June. You didn't think we'd only cover one pride event, did you? Let's check out the inaugural Pride on the Port in San Pedro.
Happy Pride!
Welcome, come out, enjoy.
It's the first Pride on the Port of Los Angeles, so being a part of anything in a community that's the first time is monumental. And San Pedro's ready for it. They need a celebration like this.
It's important to have the inaugural Pride on the Port here in San Pedro to make sure people feel that they are welcome regardless of how they love, how they pray, what they look like. Clearly, we are a city that welcomes everyone.
Well, this brings the community together, and it also really shows that we have progressed as a city. There's still a long way to go, but we are moving in that direction. And being the first out LGBTQ citywide official, I am thrilled. By coming together, by being proud, and by doing it with purpose, we are going to change the world. There is never going to be a perfect world, but we have a job to always make the world a better one, step by step by step. And we owe it to all of those 13 countries in the world where being gay gets you the death penalty.
In a time where still the LGBTQ plus community is being threatened, we're saying here in San Pedro along the port, you are welcome, you're loved, we're here to celebrate you. It's been an inspiration to change the difference in the community, and here we are enjoying ourselves.
This is the place to be for sure, and I'm sure this will be the place to be next year.
The city also sponsored a Pride event in South LA, hosted by council members Herb Weston and Marquise Harris Dawson. Anna Marcos takes us to the block party where everyone was welcomed with open arms.
And there's bubbles too. The Our Pride South LA event celebrates its third annual party. And although it focuses on the LGBTQ and trans community, organizers say everybody's welcome.
The colors are everywhere, and what's not to like? Kids of every age are drawn to the rainbow hues.
Well, I identify as a genderqueer, non-binary person, meaning that I don't identify with either sex. I'm gender fluid.
Who they are is not only okay and acceptable, but it's something to be celebrated.
We live in this community, and I'm so happy they're doing something to support everyone and all of us.
The party and the people at this annual Pride Party in Baldwin Hills are homegrown, but the event is sponsored by city leaders Marquise Harris Dawson and Herb Wesson.
Today I want to have fun and just hang out with a lot of people that I know and love, and we're going to have a good time tonight.
It's important for the LGBTQ community in South LA, in the African American community, to be out, to be proud, and to be in a space where we can all embrace them.
Visibility is very important.
And while fun and rainbows abound, the tables and booths highlight the many serious issues that face the trans and LGBTQ communities. They provide resources and information.
We're the only national think tank focused on ending the HIV epidemic in Black communities.
I'm from Zimbabwe. For me, being a trans woman of color, coming from a country where I was not able to be myself, being here in a group, being able to help other people who were once in my situation, it's important to me.
We just take the time to care just a little bit and point a kid or a youth in the right direction, it could change everything.
This diverse community keeps diversifying with ever more gender-fluid trends and more families and children becoming a part of it.
There's a place for people of color and families of color and gay families and our little gaybies to go and celebrate Pride with each other. It's really lovely.
Happy Pride!
Know that being both Black, gay male parents, that we can successfully raise a great kid like this.
Happy Pride, everybody!
Volunteer teachers from Thailand are honored. Dash buses get some extended hours, and Chevy Chase Rec goes green with new trees. All this in City Beat.
Councilmember Paul Krikorian hosted a very special presentation honoring Wat Thai, the first Thai Buddhist temple in the United States, in the city with the largest Thai population outside of Thailand. Wat Thai has been sponsoring volunteer teachers to visit Los Angeles and share the beautiful culture of Thailand to students at the facility.
It's a very special place because it is a place where their culture is preserved, where their language is preserved.
The LA Department of Transportation has a few new reasons to take public transportation and leave the car at home, as the Dash Downtown will now provide extended service until 9 p.m. on weekdays, weekend service on neighborhood and downtown routes, and earlier weekday service on neighborhood routes. But that's not all, as Commuter Express is also getting extended service and will accommodate residents of Playa Vista and El Segundo with the Route 437B and Route 439 lines respectively. For more information, visit ladot.lacity.org. Chevy Chase Recreation Center in Atwater Village saw the planting of 19 new trees thanks to Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell, the Department of Rec and Parks, and community members. The new greenway will give the park a new look as summer kicks off.
We're going to plant 19 trees as the first phase of our tree planting, both in the park and in the perimeter, and then we're going to install lighting.
Bread. It's a beautiful thing, right? Carb lovers, you gotta check this out. We take you to the 5th annual Bread Festival at the Grand Central Market. You're welcome.
This is the 5th annual Los Angeles Bread Festival at Grand Central Market. This is the first year that we're holding the market in the brand new lower level event space. We have over 13 vendors from all over the Southern California area. We've got breads, spreads, pastries, jams, anything you can think of, we've got it here today. We really like these kinds of markets. They allow us to talk to people on a really natural, just, candid level about our business.
It's great because, it gives the opportunity to show a variety of different things that we don't know and we're going to learn about. We just go to the store and buy packaged breads all the time.
and we just don't know really about it, and this is the opportunity to show what it entails.
I came to try out new things like the bread here. I tried out the jelly over there. It's really good.
Come down to Grand Central Market today and get yourself some bread.
Get ready to dance under the stars with Dance Downtown LA. Classic cars kick off Independence Day, and summer's officially here with the California Watermelon Festival. Check these out in Things to Do.
Dance TTLA returns for its 15th season. Downtown is the place to be on Friday nights from June 21st through August 30th. Each Friday night features a different dance genre and beginner dance lessons led by top LA dance instructors. So step outside, get your groove on. Show off your dance moves at Dance DTLA, happening every Friday now through August. For a listing of music genre lineups and event locations, visit musiccenter.org/tickets. The Port of Los Angeles will host Cars and Stripes Forever, a free community celebration to kick off Independence Day weekend, featuring a classic car show. Check out motorcycles, exotic vehicles, and more than 100 cars built before 1975. Throw in live bands, food trucks, and fireworks to round out the perfect July 4th celebration. Cars and Stripes Forever rolls in on Friday, June 28th, beginning at 5 p.m. at the Vincent Thomas Bridge in San Pedro. For more information, visit lawaterfront.org. You are invited to a fun-filled day at the California Watermelon Festival. This year's festival boasts their largest event yet, with over 60,000 pounds of fresh-off-the-farm fruit, chilled, sliced, and served up fresh to you. Tickets also include a wildlife exhibit, butterfly feeding, and more. Don't miss the California Watermelon Festival, happening June 29th and 30th at Hanson Dam Soccer Complex. The complex is located at 11480 Foothill Boulevard and begins at 10 a.m. For more information, check out their listing on Eventbrite. And that's a look at some things to do.
That's it for this edition. I'm Umayma Rashid. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next time for more LA This Week.
Cool
Good morning, good morning. If you would please take your seats. Today is Wednesday, June 26th. I want to welcome you all to City Hall and this Los Angeles City Council meeting. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. The public is welcome. Madam Clerk, we do have a quorum. Would you please call the roll?
Blumenfield, Bonin, Buscaino, Cedillo, Harris Dawson, Weezer, Koretz, Krikoria, Martinez, O'Farrell, Price, Rodriguez, Rue, Smith, Wesson. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Smith moves, Price seconds. Next.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Blumenfield moves, Harris Dawson seconds. That brings us where?
Mr. President, item number 1 is an item notice for public hearing. For item number 1, the tabulated value of opposing ballot cast did not exceed the tabulated value of supporting ballots cast, 86.6% to 13.4%. Thus, the majority protest was found not to exist, and the proposed establishment of the North Hollywood Transit Business Improvement District may be authorized at this time. And, sir, there are cards on this.
Okay, continue.
Items 2 through 5 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, let's hold those items and continue.
On the continuation agenda, items 6 and 7 are items for which public hearings have been held.
All right, we'll hold those items as well. At this point, I'd like to recognize Mr. Blumenfield for a presentation.
Please come join me. Rod, you too, absolutely. Everyone who's involved with this presentation, please come join, stand behind me. So colleagues, I've got a really special presentation for you here today. And it's about the 50th anniversary of the Apollo spaceflight. Now you may know I'm a bit of a space geek. You guys may think I'm a space cadet, but that's besides the point. And part of that reason for my interest is that my district really gave lift, literally, by designing the engines to our space program. I mean, I'm such a space geek. I took my family to space camp a couple of years ago. It was pretty awesome. So I'm really happy to be here with all of the folks behind me to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo space mission. 50 years ago, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins set forth on a unique and truly remarkable journey to land a man on the moon. The Apollo 11 mission defined a moment and altered the course of history. The mission was to send humans where none had gone before and to show the world that with bravery and science, the unimaginable was actually possible. Today, we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission, and we celebrate a local West Valley company that made it possible. And we also recognize several Apollo pioneers who made the impossible possible. The Apollo 11 mission may seem long past gone, but the impact of that moment has irreversibly changed human history, from technological advances to societal progress, even the landscape of my district. This mission, of course, came after a decade of trial and error, scientific breakthroughs, and bold vision. In September of 1962, President John F. Kennedy spoke at Rice University to lay out the plan for the Apollo program and send mankind to the moon. With the Soviet space program looming, Kennedy helped galvanize Americans to support this bold vision. And over the next decade, the best and the brightest astronauts, test pilots, engineers, scientists, all came together, built off the success of the Gemini and Mercury programs, and took space exploration one step further. They all knew the risk and understood how one small error was the difference between life and death. After the deaths of Apollo 1 astronauts White, Gus Grissom, and Roger Chaffee, legendary flight director Gene Kranz said, quote, From this day forward, flight control will be known by two words: tough and competent. Tough means we're forever accountable for what we do and what we fail to do, and competent means we will never take anything for granted. It was not only the brave astronauts, but critical members of mission control like Gene Kranz, Christopher Kraft, Deke Slayton, and Glenn Looney, and women like mathematicians Katherine Johnson, Mary Jackson, Dorothy Vaughan, that made the Apollo missions possible. Now, I have some amazing speakers, and before I bring them forward, I want to show you a quick video that encapsulates the mission to the moon. If we could roll the tape.
At 15 seconds, guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. All engine running. We have a liftoff. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Channel. 4 forward, drift into the right a little. 30 seconds forward. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're going to be busy for a minute.
Armstrong is on the moon. Neil Armstrong, 38-year-old American, standing on the surface of the moon on this July 20th, 1969.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful, man. It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here. Beautiful, beautiful. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation. Tranquility Base, Houston. Guidance recommendation is ping, and you're cleared for takeoff. Roger, understand. We're number 1 on the runway. 7, 6, 5, engine arm exit. Beautiful. Very smooth. Very quiet ride. Apollo 11, this is Hornet, over. Apollo 1, this is Apollo 11, reading the loud and clear. Our position 1330.
Pretty amazing. And now, before I introduce some of the amazing people who helped make that possible, I want to introduce Rod Pyle, who is a prolific author and historian on all things space-related. I met him recently at a lecture series hosted by the San Fernando Valley Museum. He was talking there about his new book, Space 2.0, and he can provide us with a brief overview of what Apollo 11 meant at the time. So, Rod?
Thank you. So I'm here to give you the Twitter version of Apollo 11 because that's all we have time for. If anybody saw the movie First Man, by the way, that wasn't Neil Armstrong. That was the mythologized Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong was the guy you just saw in that video who was on the moon jumping around like a kid in a candy store having a great time. He had a fine sense of humor, a very dry wit, and is a person that I think we could learn a lot from. So today, thank you for having me here to talk about the magnificent program known as Apollo. 50 years ago, on July 16, 1969, 3 Americans climbed into a tiny Apollo capsule and waited to be hurled to their rendezvous at the moon. Below them was 350 feet of Saturn V moon rocket. It was about the size of a World War II Navy destroyer and about the same weight, a very dangerous machine, but one that had been refined to perfection by NASA and its contractors. It was filled with almost 1 million gallons of highly explosive fuel. At 9:32 a.m. Eastern Time on that day, July 16th, the rocket roared to life and sent Apollo 11 hurtling towards the moon. 4 days later, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin climbed into the lunar module and embarked on their first attempt to land humans on that body. Nobody could be certain what awaited these new explorers of the moon, In fact, there were those at NASA and elsewhere that thought that they might sink into 20 or 30 feet of lunar dust and disappear forever. We just didn't know very much about the moon at that point and landing on it, so this was quite an adventure. As they descended, the two astronauts faced many challenges. They were slightly off course from the very beginning. Radio communications were spotty to the point of being dangerous. And soon the navigation computer, which was about as powerful as the one that runs your microwave at home today, wasn't much to it, it was basically a calculator, started experiencing errors that could have caused a mission abort. But they continued, counting on NASA's excellence and their extensive training to deliver them safely. By the time Armstrong wrestled the lunar module down to the lunar surface, there was about 30 seconds of fuel remaining in the tanks, so they landed and succeeded by the very thinnest of margins. But land they did, and explore they did, for 2.5 hours, meeting and exceeding President Kennedy's 1961 lunar challenge in just 8 years. The effort had been staggering, the odds overwhelming, and the task gargantuan, but 400,000 Americans achieved this first landing by virtue of determination, teamwork, and sheer force of will. 5 more landings followed, each more risky and daring than the previous, and the moon soon went from Luna Incognita to a place that is now relatively well known. And today, within 5 years, the United States intends to follow in these trailblazing steps by sending men and women to the moon this time, to stay and to prosper. Now, as before, Southern California will play a pivotal role in this endeavor. During the space race, companies such as North American Aviation, Boeing, Rocketdyne, Aerojet, TRW, the Aerospace Corporation, and entities like Caltech and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory all contributed to the success of Apollo. Many of these entities, along with dynamic newcomers such as SpaceX, which is just down the street in Hawthorne, will contribute to NASA's new Artemis lunar landing program. Today, you're going to hear from a handful of the nearly 500,000 men and women who made the first lunar landing possible. These folks behind me are some of the very best of their time, and it's an honor to be able to introduce them. And their work has inspired generations of Americans to follow in their footsteps. It's once again to explore beyond the time to explore beyond the charted regions and return the United States to prominence in the settlement of the heavens. It's time to be bold again. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod, for setting the stage to position the role of our pioneers for this grand endeavor. Next, I want to highlight the role of one company, a company based in Canoga Park in my district, Aerojet Rocketdyne. 50 years ago, they were just known as Rocketdyne, and they were responsible for the powerful F-1 rocket engines that made the liftoff possible. Today, we have Carol Miller here to represent Aerojet Rocketdyne, the role of Rocketdyne and how Apollo 11 intersects with her own career in aerospace. Carol?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. My name is Carl Miller, and I've made a career at Aerojet Rocketdyne and still work there today. I was not working at Apollo 11 at that time, but I grew up in the San Fernando Valley. And as a young boy, I recall the excitement I felt when I heard the rumbling in the hills. And my father soon explained to me that that rumbling was rocket engines being tested, and explained further that we were going to the moon. At that early age, that was very exciting to me. And after graduating from high school at El Camino Real High School in Woodland Hills, the opportunity that Apollo 11 presented me was employment at then Rocketdyne, now Aerojet Rocketdyne, which couldn't have happened without Apollo 11 and us landing on the moon. Right out of high school, my father again said, hey, I think we can get you a job there swinging a mop. And I told my father, well, I don't know that I want to swing a mop. He said, don't worry, son, there'll be opportunity. There's opportunity in space. My father was right. And working in Southern California aerospace presented me with much opportunity. I worked through the ranks, earned 3 college degrees funded by Aerojet Rocketdyne, and furthered my career, always being excited about the technology, the innovation, the hard work it is to get to space. And in the varied management positions that I've encountered and had the opportunity to perform, in every event, I've realized the difficulty and the hard work it takes to get to space. I've recognized what the space industry has done for Southern California and for our communities with jobs and, again, the opportunity. This all started, I believe, in my career and in my life with Apollo 11, and we're continuing that legacy for rocket propulsion. Every U.S. astronaut that's left the Earth, left the U.S. soil, has flown to space on Aerojet Rocketdyne engines, and we're continuing that legacy, hopefully with the support of this council to recognize the importance the space program has for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, often the astronauts in flight control are the focal points of the media and the remembrance of the Apollo program. However, thousands of people from very diverse professional backgrounds in all walks of life played pivotal roles in this mission. Organizations such as the Columbia Memorial Space Center in Downey, from which we have President Ben Dickow with us today, have been doing their part to showcase these individuals. And today we're honored to have 3 of those pioneers here with us today. Each contributed to the mission in a wholly unique way, bringing their perspectives, education, and wisdom to the mission. Shelley Jacobs, Larry Mazzell, and Percy Brown all made possible the plans and promises to the impossible task of overcoming the forces of nature to successfully set foot on the moon and return 2 humans unharmed. Each will tell you briefly about themselves, their role in the Apollo project, what it was like during that time, and their reflections now 50 years later. So first I want to bring up Shelley Jacobs, who began his career at Rocketdyne as a mechanical engineer, one of 8 black engineers out of 5,000. Although often ignored, people of color played a critical role in the success of the Apollo program, and Shelby has worked hard to tell that story. In fact, 2 of the images you have undoubtedly seen here, you've seen before and you may have seen on this video, are a direct result of his engineering prowess. Shelby created the camera equipment that captures the stage separation of the rocket, as well as the legendary images throughout the mission. It was his work that led to that famous blue marble image that you've all seen that was taken on Apollo 17. Shelby?
Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with you on this 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. I just want to reflect on the invaluable experiences that I had and go back to how it started. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley in a little community called Valverde Park. It was once known as the Black Palm Springs. And by the way, we were the cheap labor up there growing up. We picked everything but cotton, only because there was no cotton here. Cotton was in Bakersfield. And as I went to high school there, I remember as a senior, I was a 3-sport 4-year athlete, honor student, and class president. And when I took an aptitude test, I scored very high in math and science. And the conclusion was that I could choose engineering or be a scientist. At that time, I chose engineering, and the only thing I knew about engineering is that back in the day, we call the guy who drove the train, that was the engineer. That was the only engineer I knew at the time. And I grew up there prior to a lot of the testing on the rocket engine, so when we heard those, it was just a big mystery. I had no idea what it was. But as time went on, when my principal learned about my ambition to be an engineer, he turned to me and said, "Shelby, there are no black engineers," and he recommended that I take a trade. And that was one of my first moments of divine intervention. There was no logical reason why I should doubt, because I knew the Jackie Robinson phenomenon did not apply beyond sports. I was aware that there were barriers, but I saw fit to dream the impossible dream, and it came to fruition starting at Rocketdyne. I transferred from Rocketdyne after about 5.5 years onto the Apollo shuttle, the Apollo and the Saturn program. And because I had 5.5 years of experience in designing those same engines, the J2 and some of the engines that are still flying, I was selected to go on the second stage where they had the large engines. So for a number of years, I worked in the propulsion system on the second stage of the Saturn vehicle, and there came a point in time that our contract with the NASA to evaluate things, as we all did, there was a lot of energy expended on evaluating various elements, and one of them was the separation of the stages. There was a lot of questions about whether the stages would separate properly without self-exploding and destroying everything. So after our analysis was all done, NASA provided us with cameras and said, essentially, show me. I got the task of putting together a camera system that verified for NASA that our analysis was correct and that the separation leading into man on the moon and man-launched vehicles, we didn't want to commit to that until we were sure of that. And so as part of my career, of all the things I did in the 40 years, including working on the space shuttle, the separation of those stages became rather iconic. And because of that, I've been sought to participate in various events throughout the years, and this year, it really started 10 years ago at the 40th anniversary, but more this year, to help inspire young people that we had a beautiful history in space. We still have things to do, and the difference, of course, now we don't have the Russians to compete with. We have to do it because it needs to be done. And I go back to my career. I actually started working 10 years before civil rights. I attribute that to the Cold War. The fact that we needed to beat the Russians to the moon allowed this country to formulate the same kind of team that we had in the Olympics in the late 40s and early 50s. And that involved women and blacks and other minorities. So I thank you for this opportunity and hope that this year is the banner year and that the future is bright. Thank you.
Wow. A pioneer in so many ways. Thank you. Next is Larry Mazzell. He brought a unique combination of education and tenacity to the Apollo program. He studied under the father of microelectronics and successfully built on the foundation to design and build key equipment for the lunar module. Without Larry's contribution, the mission would be devoid of key electrical analysis and glitch testing modules. And if that isn't enough, and his incredible space history isn't enough, for those of you who care more about culture, he's also a prolific songwriter and record producer. Along with his brother, Alfonso, or Fonz, Larry was a member of the Motown songwriting machine, The Corporation. And they co-wrote songs like the Jackson's 5, I Want You Back, and ABC, and worked with artists including Marvin Gaye, The Miracles, Frankie Valli, and The Four Seasons. Although we're not here honoring you for your amazing musical career, we're here honoring for your amazing space career. So Larry, please say a few words. Thank you.
After receiving my degree in electrical engineering from Howard University in 1967, I was hired by Edward Keongen of Grumman Aerospace. Mr. Keongen was director of the microelectronics laboratory, and I was impressed that Grumman was the prime contractor for the Apollo lunar module, and I was convinced that microelectronics was the future. In late 1968, the Lunar Module Instrumentation Department contacted our lab and we discussed their request for us to develop certain testing units for the lunar module. There was concern regarding issues with electrical transients or glitches that may have been affecting the LIM guidance computer and other onboard equipment. They were seeking a portable, battery-powered unit that would allow monitoring of these electrical transients during the testing phases. As project engineer, I welcomed the challenge. We proceeded to design and fabricate the glitch detectors and delivered them in October of 1968. We were pleased that they approved of the devices, as they soon requested additional units from us, and we delivered those devices in January 1969. We added certain improvements, including custom printed circuit boards, low power indicators, and outputs for graphical equipment. These units were used for tests on Apollo 10, Apollo 11, and beyond. At Grumman in the late 60s, there was an understated tension and excitement you could sense. There were signs everywhere that said, "0 defects." On July 20th, 1969, as America and the entire world watched, we at Grumman, along with everyone else, were elated and proud as Neil Armstrong stated, "The Eagle has landed." Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Mr. Mazzell. And the third person I wanted to bring up, also another pioneer in so many ways, is Percy Brown. He contributed to the Lunar Modular Descent Engine. He made it possible for that module to land. Without him, the astronauts would never have been able to set foot on the moon. And with him, he brought many members of his family here today, his wife, his daughter, his grandson. So, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, I grew up a Louisiana country farm boy, and I will tell you one thing, it was probably good for me. When I went to college, I had no idea what I was going to do. After I got there, I decided engineering sounds fine. The only reason I wanted to go in engineering is because it sounded fine. The only professional people I knew were teachers. I didn't know what I wanted to be, but I knew what I didn't want to be. So I wound up being an engineer. I was hired by Rocketdyne, fresh out of college. I was hired to support the F1 program. Didn't work very long on it. I'll say this, most of the guys behind me probably worked much longer than I did on supporting the Apollo program, but I got bragging rights that I will bet you none of them have. I was hired out of college to work on the F1. I don't claim to have any outstanding achievements, but I will claim I worked on some outstanding teams. I didn't work on the F1 very long. Rocketdyne transferred me to the J2. Spent a couple of years on the J2, and they were great years also. Then I wound up at TRW, which was the Lunar Module Descent Engine. Spent several years there, and I must say that all of my years on Apollo were great years. But I'd like to just make a couple of comments about Apollo itself. When you think about the size of that spacecraft and what was accomplished to put that spacecraft in space, is absolutely amazing. The spacecraft itself stood 361 feet tall. It weighed over 6 million pounds. Its diameter was over 30 feet. So you can imagine what a task it might have been, and we're talking 50, 60 years ago, without all the computer technology that made it easy, because back in those days you had a few computers, but most are slide rules. Matter of fact, I have a grandson who's in engineering school now, and I walked up to him with my slide rule one day and said, "This is our computer." But we made it. So I think that the teams I worked on, Apollo was fantastic, and of course the feat we accomplished was amazing.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. The combined spirit and contributions of these three and others not yet recognized are the pioneers of space and current technology and social progress that we all benefit from today. Thank you all for helping us celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11, and thank you all for being pioneers in that effort and for making this future that we all enjoy possible. So I have a couple of certificates as well, unless there's any other comments on the queue. Then I'd like to present, I guess I've got one big one here for the 50th anniversary we'll give to the museum. Tim, you can come on up here.
Thank you so much.
No problem. And then we have one for Shelby.
Thank you.
Percy.
Yeah, thank you.
And Lawrence. And Rod. Rod, you've already sat down. Come on up here. You do your own special thing. So let's give them all a big round of applause.
Mr. Herman, please. All right, thank you, and again, congratulations. Thank you for your service. Mr. Herman, that was your first and last warning for today. Mr. O'Farrell, I would think that we'd want to do at this point is why don't we take public comment on this issue, and then I'll kick it over to you. Mr. Cedillo, I'm sorry, before we start? Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Before we receive the presentation, let me, for purposes of introduction, first of all, let me commend our colleague for this presentation. It's amazing what political leadership can result in. We celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Apollo, and then we look at the front page of the LA Times today and we see human rights violations by another president. It's amazing that in 50 years we've made some progress and yet continue to engage in the type of tribalism politics that the president perpetuates, the pushing hate and division, and this is a reflection of when we're united and focused and optimistic, and so I commend my colleague for the presentation. This morning we had a press conference of what's now called the July 4th Coalition. On the 4th of July, we will have a demonstration here at the Placita at 10 o'clock in the morning before we go on and celebrate the day. And we're doing that because in this city, over 80 years ago, there were mass deportations that took place at the Placita. But it was a different time, and so we're calling on people to join us in the morning. But some people came down from Oxnard, and I thought it was important. We saw the tragic deaths yesterday of a young child and his father at the border, and so there were two young siblings that came, and I wanted to introduce them. It's their civic engagement. 5th grader Kevin, 6th grader Ashley, please stand. They are joined by Gloria Salcedo from Central Mexico. Give these young folk a round of applause. Kevin distinguished himself yesterday with a very eloquent presentation on behalf of his friends and colleagues who fear deportation. And they also were joined today by Juan Jose Gutierrez from the Full Rights Coalition, Sergio Infanzon from Coalition Migrante, 52 organizations focused on the integration of migrants into our society. Mirna Todd is here with us, Alicia Flores is their chaperone, and Olivia Medina. Levanta todos. And so they've driven down, they left at 5 o'clock this morning to come here and to engage in civic participation. They left Oxnard at 5 o'clock, so I wanted to give them a due recognition this morning before they return back to Oxnard. This is the way these young siblings are spending their summer. It's unfortunate in some respects, but it's also heartening in another respect to see that they are speaking up for themselves and for the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming down. Okay, we'll go right into general public comment at this point. I may not get through everybody, but I mean, at this time, we'll make sure before the day is over, we'll get to everyone. But we're going to start off with Dora Gallo. Please come up, followed by Claudia Olivier and James Winfrey, Heather Carmichael. Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Dora Gallo. I'm the president and CEO of a nonprofit here in Los Angeles called the Community of Friends. We develop permanent supportive housing, and I want to just congratulate the council and Councilman O'Farrell, Council President Wesson for your leadership in scheduling this meeting today. In the 20 years that I've worked for the city and now with the city of Los Angeles, I've never seen a single issue council item agenda on homelessness. You've had one after the Northridge earthquake, and you did so after the civil unrest, but never one on homelessness. And we all agree that it is now time to treat homelessness as the crisis that it is. Resolution is only possible if we all work together, citizens, philanthropy, nonprofit, business sectors, and our elected officials. There's a couple of things that we want to ask for today. One is involvement of the citizens in developing recommendations for HEAP 2.0. And the second is to have an expediter to approve all projects relating to homelessness through the city of Los Angeles. We need someone with the stature and the authority to resolve problems, clear roadblocks, and keep the process moving.
Thank you, Dora. Next, please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Claudia Oliveira, Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council, speaking in my private capacity. And I also would like to thank you for dedicating today for the biggest issue and the biggest crisis we've gone through in a really long time. I also would like to please ask this council to address, while you're working on homelessness, to address mental health and addiction so that we can get people ready for housing. Not everybody is ready for housing. And we need to address these issues as well, because every time that we don't include certain issues into the conversation, we put them to the side and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. We have to address everything at once, and I'm here in support of all the housing initiatives. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good morning, council members. My name is James Winfrey with Chrysalis. Thank you for the ongoing focus and sense of urgency on what is a crisis in our city, that is the crisis of homelessness. First, we've appreciated the opportunities where the city has involved service providers in the conversation and helped to inform the solutions that work. We encourage the city to continue to do that and involve those of us that are serving those experiencing homelessness in the city. Secondly, we want to emphasize the importance of including support and employment services in the mix of services. Our experience has been that giving people a chance to work is an important piece of the solution to ending homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be looking for Jennifer Dietz, Jerry Jones, Marco Juarez. Yes.
Hello, my name is Heather Carmichael. When I was young, I wanted to be an astronaut, but instead I found my mission. My life mission is to end and address youth homelessness. I'm currently the executive director of My Friend's Place, and I'm here representing the Coalition to End Youth Homelessness as well as the Hollywood Homeless Youth Partnership. I'm so hopeful about this moment in time in Los Angeles. With the dedicated leadership we are growing and increasing resources, I believe we can change the trajectory of this crisis. I have two requests of council today. One, please use the expert voices in the field as we look at what to do with the HEAP dollars. And two, please consider a 5% designated of the funds, of the HEAP funds, to ensure that young people stay central in the plans to end this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, members of City Council. My name is Jennifer Harkdietz, and I am the Deputy CEO and Executive Director of PATH. PATH is a statewide homeless service agency dedicated to ending homelessness in our communities. We are thankful for the support and attention the Council has placed on homelessness in recent years and for the dedication of today's meeting to this critical issue. And while we are making strides, we agree we need more innovation, more attention to the inflow into homelessness, and ultimately more homes. As a provider serving more than 20,000 individuals and families experiencing homelessness every year, we would like City Council to facilitate a process where providers have input into how funds are spent. For example, as an operator of 3, soon to be 5, bridge to home sites, we believe rapid rehousing is a critical resource that needs to be attached to help more people make it home. Providers have a lot of hands-on expertise and experience and can be a valuable resource to this solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Chagala, Esther Bryant, Neil McGuffin.
Hi, Jerry Jones. You had called
Yes.
my name. Jerry Jones with the Provider Alliance to End Homelessness. I want to commend the nonprofit organizations in Los Angeles who went up to Sacramento repeatedly this session to advocate for HEAP 2.0. More than 50 of those organizations sent letters. 38 of those organizations met face-to-face with their state senators and assembly people. And so we would now like your help as this money is coming to Los Angeles to help inform the process of how it's spent. We also would like your help ongoing in assigning facilitators, someone here at City Hall with enough clout to help expedite homeless projects here in City Hall. The restaurants and bars have that. If you're opening a restaurant in LA, you get a caseworker. You get someone to help walk your application and approval process through. We'd like to see the same thing for homeless projects here in LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Cynthia Chagoya of Bethesda Legal Services. We are a legal service office that provides free legal services to low-income and vulnerable individuals. 2 points. First, we want the City Council to facilitate a process for HEAP 2.0 funding that consults service providers to allow input on how the funds are allocated before a spending plan is set. Second, we want to make clear the need for a comprehensive right to counsel program and right to counsel ordinance that provides eviction prevention and defense for low-income and vulnerable individuals. Frankly, it is an outrage. We are seeing an uptick in frivolous litigation that is making families and individuals homeless. Right now I have a case, 37-year-old tenancy, rent control tenancy, being evicted, woman in her 80s, for failure to remove dog poop. That's poop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward, identify yourself.
Morning, Chairman, Council. My name is Neil McGuffin, Little Tokyo Service Center. I'd like to thank Councilman Wesson and Councilman O'Farrell for this hearing today focused on one topic, ending homelessness. That earlier there was a mention of roadblocks in D.C. I think it's wonderful that this council is working to obliterate any roadblocks locally. That today would like to encourage the council to allow input on HEAP 2.0, that this is the second year these funds have come down. It would be critical that providers be able to provide some input to use these funds wisely. Secondly, it's critical that someone be appointed to expedite housing developments, housing projects through the city process. Sometimes that they get lost in the mass of paperwork, and that an ombudsman or someone with some power to move projects would reduce cost.
Thank you. So again, let me ask for Marco Juarez Did Esther Bryant come forward? Mr. Wars, come on. Erica Hartman, Mark, Phil Ramos. When I call your name, please come get in line. Phil Ramos, Zach Strasters, Ernie Barnes. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Marco Juarez. Since September 2008, we suffer harassment, intimidation, retaliation, threats by criminal management companies. The worst is all government agencies failed to help us. Los Angeles Housing protects criminal management companies as slum landlords, refusing to enforce reduction of services and illegal increases of rent. Fair Housing representative Hilda Peralta, instead to help us, she threatened us to help the criminal management company to enforce another illegal eviction. Mr. Kekoran's office only helped criminals. His staff member, Jackie, refused to help us. Instead, she helped the ones on the building, like Yolanda Prado, Ricardo Jimenez, and Ana Maria Lopez. They commit insurance fraud, and city inspectors David Jones, Frank Hernandez, Anthony Cardoso, Alfonso Chaires, they keep protecting criminal management companies. Hearing officer Haka Morsale and 2 city inspectors were laughing at the building pictures and closed the case without fixing the building. Many complaints to the mayor. So recall Mayor Garcetti and share them with you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Erica Hartman, and I'm the Chief Program Officer of the Downtown Women's Center, which for over 40 years has been providing vital housing and services to women experiencing homelessness and advocating for resources and policy to end homelessness. We're also advocating for a gendered lens to be applied to strategies for this purpose. The Homeless Service Provider Alliance helped advocate for the HEAP dollars to address this humanitarian crisis. As the experts in the field, on the front lines, we are asking to be given the opportunity to provide input on how this money is used. Each day, we see firsthand the rate at which our neighbors and community members are falling into homelessness, and the distribution of resources must keep pace if we are going to prevent this crisis from getting worse. For this reason, we are asking that an expert on homelessness be named at City Hall to ensure that homeless projects be expedited. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, good morning. Zach with the Arms Organization once again. So I want to give a unique perspective on homelessness. I myself used to be homeless. I went through a program through a Victory Outreach Church, and they really helped me out. And through them, I made a connection with the organization I come representing 3 times a week or so at City Hall, which is called ARMS. And today, ARMS is here to advocate for something you may not immediately equate with homelessness, which is employment. So for a lot of people, it may not necessarily be mental health services, nor may it be addiction services. It may be lack of good family-sustaining careers. And so we have several careers like that all across the board. We want to make sure when it comes to the building trades, when it comes to oil and gas jobs, that there are awesome jobs all throughout California. Let's make sure that we protect those jobs. Let's make sure we don't discard those jobs. So when we have votes that come before us, a 2,500-foot setback, remember that that represents about 300,000 jobs throughout the state of California that sustain families and keep people off the streets. Thanks for your time. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Mark Wilkins, and I'm with the Arms of LA. We only produce 30% of the oil that we use here in California. The rest has to be imported. If we cut production, it means we have to import more. That means taking wealth away from the area, doing away with well-paying jobs in the community. It's taking away of giving people a second chance. And if there are companies that are not following regulations, then they need to be dealt with. But we should not allow the work of some irresponsible companies taint the good work that responsible companies are doing.
Thank you.
Oil industry is worth having.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Please identify yourself.
Good morning. My name is Felipe Ramos. I'm also from Victory Outreach, downtown LA. I'm here to just read in a portion of the ARMS what we have. And allowing production to continue in LA is essential for the local economy and we urge you to look at the economic impacts that would result from making any changes to the codes. Regulations in California are the toughest environment regulations in the nation, and any restrictions that will affect energy operations will cost Los Angeles millions to tax revenues that help provide vital services. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before I turn it over to Mr. O'Farrell, and if those that have signed up to speak and I didn't call your name, we will get to you before this meeting is over. I want to assure all of you that are here on the issue of homelessness that this is the first time we're going to have a joint conversation about this. I can assure you that it won't be the last. I really want to thank Mr. O'Farrell for his eagerness to take on this very, very challenging issue, and I'm very confident that under your leadership that we'll come up with new creative ways to try to adjust this. So I do want to thank you for your eagerness in taking over something that is not easy. Members, as we begin these conversations, we're really going to have to start to address the root causes of this problem, and we're going to have to understand that this is going to take out-of-the-box thinking, big, bold action in order to get this thing done. And also, we just need to put our cards on the table, and we're going to have to deal with systematic and institutional racism, which is part of the reason why we are here today. When you have 9% of the population are African Americans, and almost 40% of the people sleeping on the street are black. That tells us something, and that also tells me that we're going to have to lead the way, we're going to have to be bold, and there may be some uncomfortable conversations moving forward. With that said, Mr. O'Farrell, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll get to some of the details in a little bit, but I put all my cards on the table this morning at a press conference, and yes, we are about to engage and elevate this conversation as never before, and I think it's time to do just that. I want to first thank everyone who took time out of your day to come and comment in general public comment about this very important issue, so thank you for doing that, everyone. What we're about to see is a presentation of the point-in-time count, the annual count conducted by LASA with thousands of volunteers across the city. I think many of us individually also participated in the count in our own districts. And this has been an ongoing count, which has recently been every single year, when at one point it was every 2 years. So we're getting more accurate numbers. What I want to talk about a little bit before we bring HCID and the county and LASA and our own CAO to the table, I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing in the city of Los Angeles, and then what I am challenging our friends in the county and state, and how they can do more, and how we can all do more as well. We shouldn't let anyone off the hook, including ourselves, when we know that we need to look at this with a fresh pair of eyes and understand the magnitude, the severity of homelessness affecting Los Angeles. Nearly 36,000 people are experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles, according to the most recent count. Even though there's been an increase countywide by 12%, the increase in the city of Los Angeles was 16%. LASA has engaged with almost all 34,111 people last year. About 21,000 people have been housed last year as well. And yet, in 2019, we saw that increase in the city of Los Angeles. So it's not as though the work isn't being done. It's just that we're taking a step forward and 2 steps back because of the growing numbers of homelessness due to a variety of reasons, but some of the trends really do stand out. Those experiencing homelessness recently because they've been living rent-burdened for so long, underemployment, lower wages or no wages, and skyrocketing housing costs. That's why we need help from all jurisdictions, county, city, and state. In California, 5.1 million people live below the poverty line. That's a little over 13% of the entire state. In Los Angeles County, it's a little more acute with 15% living below the poverty line. But in the city of Los Angeles, when we make up 40% of the county population, we've got 17.4% of Angelenos living below the poverty line. Now, we have the Measure H sales tax, which was approved in the last couple of years, and that gives us $355 million to augment homeless services. One of the challenges that I made today, and I'll just let you know right now, the county, our friends on the County Board of Supervisors, our friends who make decisions in the county, need to guarantee that the city of Los Angeles will receive these H dollars permanently for all of our HHH housing and our bridge housing projects that are coming online currently and over the next several years. Right now, it is uncertain if we will permanently receive the H dollars that we need that provide the services. Now, the reason I feel very comfortable making that demand of our county friends is that the city of Los Angeles supported Measure H in greater numbers than anyone else in the county. We need that money because we're providing the housing. The Measure HHH bond, we agreed to approve property taxes, and we're in process of that. We opened our first project recently, and in the next fiscal year, we're going to have nearly 1,400 units open and occupied of HHH housing. Now, a lot of people have complained, righteously so, that it hasn't come fast enough. But we know that in the coming years, we're going to get to 5,000 units or more within a few more years, and then we're going to reach toward that 10,000 unit goal, and we have not let go of that goal, but within a few more years after that. So the production is happening, and it's about to be very visible within a year. Since becoming chair of the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, what has really become abundantly clear to me is that we need better alignment and better collaboration. And that started with what we're doing just in the city alone, in terms of the protocols, in terms of resources that we can provide ourselves with existing resources, existing monies, existing funds. And we're taking strides in that. I've got to give a shout out to Mayor Garcetti for announcing his CARE and CARE Plus sanitation approach to homelessness that he made last week. That's going to yield benefits as well that will help. And we're addressing that as never before in terms of providing hygiene centers, providing mobile showers, in providing services where people live in their cars or motorhomes. So that's coming as well, and that's something the city is doing. Now, here's where we've taken some significant hits. State and federal government, since the dissolution of the CRA, that's the Community Redevelopment Agencies in the state of California, the state has lost $7 billion to affordable housing in the last 8 years. $7 billion, with hundreds of millions of those dollars that we no longer receive to produce affordable housing in Los Angeles. That's a problem. Where's the federal government? Federal home funds have decreased from $55 million in 2008 annually to just $30 million annually since 2012 onward. Just as the crisis has hit an all-time high, we're receiving nearly half as much money from the feds. And here's another burden that Donald Trump laid on us with his new tax law, a reduction in tax credits, also creating gaps in the funding mechanisms for affordable housing. We have a study right now on exactly what that will tell us. How much money are we losing every year because that has been taken from us as well. Now, there are also some gains. Through SB 2, the Building Homes and Jobs Act, we can expect $20 million a year for affordable housing and individuals at risk of experiencing homelessness. And then, of course, SB 3, the Veterans and Affordable Housing Bond Act, $4 billion for the state for affordable housing and home sharing opportunities for veterans. No Place Like Home, AB 1618, approximately $700 million to LA County for permanent supportive housing with a focus on mental health. Cap and trade dollars will get $400 million in statewide funding, with the city of LA to get $75 million. Now, here's what I announced this morning for folks who were there, you've already heard this, but I argue very passionately, very declaratively, and very righteously that $1.1 billion across the entire state for HEAP dollars to address homelessness is not nearly enough, even though the County of LA may get a significant portion of that because it is distributed across the state, and we have 25% of the state population living in LA County. I have challenged the governor and our friends in the state legislature to give us an HHH match of $1.2 billion. Now, I feel very strongly that they can afford that because they are sitting on a $21.4 billion surplus. Now, like many of you, I was marveling 5 years ago when there was a $5 billion surplus. Now it's grown to 21.4. We have an obligation to request a significant amount of that money. As I mentioned earlier, with the HHH dollars, we're going to get pretty close to 10,000 units with what we have now, and we're exploring ways to build them more quickly, more cheaply, without sacrificing quality, because we have the innovation fund set aside within those HHH dollars. We are pioneering better ways to build permanent supportive housing for those experiencing homelessness. We need the state to get into the act as never before, and our local delegation in the Assembly and the Senate needs to support Los Angeles. Am I right? Yeah. All right. So I'm also introducing a motion instructing the Housing and Community Investment Department to convene the first ever summit on poverty in Los Angeles. This event will bring together service providers, business leaders, entrepreneurs, academic and government partners, nonprofit housing developers, philanthropy, and educational institutions to report on collaborative solutions to address the emergency. And our council president, before introducing me today, talked about the overrepresentation of African Americans in our homeless community. I also am going to ask, and have brought this up with Peter Lynn, to look at the implicit bias that may exist when addressing homelessness in the city of Los Angeles. Now, as someone of Native American heritage, even though we make up a very tiny percentage of the total population and homelessness in general, that's the only other minority group overrepresented in the homeless community. And so we have to look at those numbers too. Also, we have around 1,300 units approved, currently under construction, or have been built in the 13th Council District, which I represent. But I want our housing department to help people get access to the units everywhere in the city. Right now, there's no communication direct line between LAHSA and our own housing department. Therefore, I'm introducing a motion to direct the housing department and LAHSA to report back on a coordinated housing program. This will link the coordinated entry system to the housing department resources within the city where affordable units are being built. Now, what we don't want to see, and this is a preventative measure, we don't want to see a bunch of these units, affordable or permanent supportive housing, get built and sit empty for days, weeks, or months at a time because our communication lines aren't clear enough. Many people that will be housed who are currently experiencing homelessness can and do work. We're going to want to make sure that those folks get a stab at getting themselves back on track with work and a place to live without the units sitting unoccupied. Final motion package summary is that I'm introducing 10 motions and resolutions across multiple policy areas. Too many to enumerate right here because I'll lose everyone if I talk about that. But the state is actually doing a number of really good, creating a number of really good laws that will help Los Angeles. So I'm asking for supportive resolutions on some of those. But as I mentioned, these resolutions will crisscross various policy areas. But here's the deal. We need to expect more from ourselves. And I am dead serious in that. We need to expect more from ourselves. We need more from the county, and we need more from the state. This policy package touches on affordability, funding for the permanent supportive housing pipeline, and supports multiple state bills, as I mentioned, that augment our efforts in Los Angeles. Something else that I am lobbying, cajoling, I will travel to Sacramento as many times as I need to, so that the state will reform Costa-Hawkins and the Ellis Act. Now, those two laws alone are causing mass displacement in Los Angeles, like I can't even describe to you, in the thousands of units every couple of years. I'm dealing with yet a new Ellis Act declaration in Echo Park, where I visited residents on a Sunday. This is a problem. It's causing mass displacement across the city. If the state does not amend the Ellis Act at minimum, we're only going to be deeper in the hole. And also, the Costa-Hawkins Act of 1995. The state legislature should govern, reform, and amend, and not let housing policy be dictated by ballot initiative across California. But folks, that's kind of the way things are going. So we need to compel our colleagues to step that up. Finally, I'm directing the Housing and Community Investment Department, with the assistance of the city attorney, to report back on the extent to which the city may better help people facing eviction. As of right now, the state has not been clear at all on what protections exist for those living in units, rental units, not covered by the rent stabilization ordinance. They're silent on the matter. And we're losing, displacement is affecting that universe of housing as well. Colleagues, it's time for the city to be in the business of keeping people housed, stopping displacement, and addressing the root causes of poverty. I look forward to the presentation, and at this point, I'd like to call up LAHSA, the CAO, HCID, and the county. I believe we have Phil Ansel here. We have Peter Lynn here from LAHSA. And what we'll do is we will have the presentations from the various agencies and departments, and then open it up for questions and conversation. Yeah. Yeah, he'll tell us. So, Peter, do you want to kick it off?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I on? Yep, there I am. Good morning, Council President Wesson, Committee Chair O'Farrell, Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and present the results of the 2019 homeless count. The picture that we have is a story where homelessness has grown, even as the capacity of our homeless assistance system to address, to house people out of homelessness has grown as well. The investment by the city and the County of Los Angeles in raising funds to address the needs of people experiencing homelessness has greatly improved our ability to house people, greatly improved our ability to engage people. In just a few short years, double the number of people have been housed out of homelessness, triple the number of people have been reached, connected through outreach, and triple the number of people have been prevented from falling into homelessness in the first place. But the homeless assistance system is the social safety net of last resort, and Angelinos are falling into homelessness at a faster rate than they ever have due to multiple crises in housing affordability, in poverty, in challenges within our foster care system, our criminal justice system, and in our healthcare system. Our annual count recorded more people experiencing homelessness last year than the year before, and as I walk through this presentation and these numbers, I want to stress that this is a dynamic picture. It is not static that the people who were counted in the previous count remained homeless, and the increase is simply new folks. Many people were housed out of homelessness, and many people fell in. Through it all, we continue to scale and refine and innovate our ability to reach them with the services and housing that they need. These are big numbers. They're in the tens of thousands. But I also want to stress that each one of these individuals is a unique person. They have a story. They have aspirations, they have hopes, and while we're talking about large-scale numbers, we're also talking about lots of very vulnerable Angelenos and lives who are facing many, many challenges. I also want to thank the thousands of volunteers. As Committee Chair O'Farrell identified, we had over 8,500 Angelenos turn out countywide to participate in the homeless count this year as volunteers, and we deeply appreciate their participation in this effort. Wanted to review quickly the methodology that we use. It is complex, but it is one of the most robust methodological approaches in addressing such a large unsheltered population in the country. We use a federally approved Pid Count Methodology. That's the point-in-time count. And it consists of essentially 4 component elements. The volunteers fan out for the street count. That's where we grid the entire county out by census tract. Volunteers will observe the conditions as they walk through the census tracts that are assigned to them, and they will mark down what they see: persons, tents, makeshift dwellings, people living in vehicles. All of that data is captured and collated over the 3 nights that the volunteers go out. At the same time, we conduct a shelter count because many people are also sheltered in this community. And some of those some of the information for the shelter count is pulled through our Homeless Management Information System, HMIS, because those participating agencies are funded by either our public funds or federal funds that require that they participate. But there's a large inventory that's also not participating in HMIS. Many of our missions, motel programs are not in HMIS, and we capture that information through a separate inventory process. That gives us a picture of people who are experiencing homelessness in the shelters. At the same time, during that end of January period, we also do a youth count. This is a street count that includes a survey component and a visual assessment. We go out with youth peer navigators, and our demographic surveyors go out and survey everyone within a statistically sampled set of areas across the county. And this is a picture of youth homelessness. Youth typically are viewed as being undercounted in the visual count and the point-in-time count. That's why we do a youth count separately, to get a more accurate picture of young people experiencing homelessness. And that youth demographic is 18 to 24 young adults. And finally, because the visual survey during the street count only gives us an aggregation of persons or dwelling type seen, we need to do a large number of demographic surveys at the same time in that period so that we have an understanding of the characteristics of people experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles. We have professional demographers go out. Again, they take a statistically generated sample to cover the entire county and ensure that we have the ability to identify characteristics at the service planning area level, at the city council district level, and at the supervisorial district level for all the areas, and that we can get rich demographic data and the information about the characteristics of people. Those thousands of surveys also help us estimate how many people we should count for the tents, the cars, and the other makeshift dwellings that we see. That information is aggregated through a process using our statistical consultants and demographic consultants from USC. We pull that into a picture that gives us the overall count for the continuum of care, which LAHSA conducts, and that is this county of Los Angeles, with the exception of the cities of Long Beach, Glendale, and Pasadena. They conduct their own counts. For the purpose of presenting information, we aggregate the county-wide data using those other 3 cities as a combined county-wide number. As we were doing that, we were also looking at the reports of early information released from some of the other continuums in the state. Most of them were reporting increases, and most of the increases that they were reporting were double-digit increases. And on average, a simple average was 35%. There were triple-digit increases in some continuums, but on average, we saw this is a statewide crisis. Housing affordability is at an enormous challenge for California, and it's putting pressure on Californians. These increases are 2-year increases. Every continuum is required to do a point-in-time count every 2 years. And that's how most folks do it. As the committee chair pointed out, we do an annual count here, which is above what's required under the federal guidelines, and that is because we have an enormous unsheltered population. The only way to get this information is doing an annual count. As we saw in our annual count, there was an increase in the county of about 12%. In the city of Los Angeles, the number of people experiencing homelessness went up to 36,300, so about a 16% increase. Just as a reminder, this is a one-year increase. The 35% on the previous slide representing increases statewide were two-year increases. If we use a two-year number to contrast with this, the county's increase would be 7% and the city's increase would be 9.5%. So apples to apples, and I think that also tells the story of the impact of the resources we were able to deploy, even though we have the most expensive housing market in the state, vis-a-vis our people's affordability. We were able to stem the increase using the resources through Measure H, the other resources that have been voted into place and allocated by this body and by the county to address homelessness. Again, I wanted to emphasize the dynamics of this picture. As I said, Los Angeles County is one of the least affordable places in America. There are many different statistics and ways of gauging how many people are on the edge of homelessness at any given time. One stat that we lifted out for this is the number of rent-burdened households. This is in the Los Angeles metropolitan statistical area, which is slightly larger than the county, but it's basically County of LA. 721,000 renter households are severely rent-burdened, which means they're paying more than half their income for rent. Those are households. That's more than 2 million Angelenos, where the entire family income, more than half of it goes to pay rent to keep them housed. These are Angelenos hanging on by their fingertips. We were able to prevent 5,643 people from falling into homelessness using the resources that we were able to deploy through Measure H, through the Supportive Services for Veterans Families programs through the VA, and through Department of Public and Social Services funding for families. So if we start with where we were in last year's count, in 2018 there were 53,000 people experiencing homelessness across the county. Using the information from this year's count, we were able to estimate that about 55,000 people fell into homelessness over the course of the year. This estimate is derived by the number of people that we saw immediately newly homeless in this year's count. Those who were just fresh into homelessness in that week, we could estimate 55,000 fell in. So that's over 108,000 Angelenos who experienced homelessness in the course of 2018. Using the resources that we were able to deploy through Measure H, through the VA, through the Department of Health Services, through Department of Mental Health, through all the array of services that are out there, some of which are publicly funded through local means and some of which are federally funded, we were able to house 21,600 people out of homelessness. Based on the results of the count, we're able to estimate that 27,000 people who experienced homelessness at some point were able to resolve their homelessness through other means. Nationally, it is believed that most people who experience homelessness are able to resolve it on their own or with minimal assistance. This indicates that the numbers are closer to half and half. And of course, we ended with this year's count just under 59,000 people experiencing homelessness across the county. So it's a dynamic picture. As we are housing people out of homelessness, people are falling in, and that is continuously taking place as the affordability crisis in Los Angeles puts additional pressure on low-income households. If we look over the last 5 years of data based on housing placements across the county, and this includes all of our other continuums, Long Beach included. It includes housing placements through our Department of Health Services, through our VA, and through our other public housing agencies. We were able to more than double the number of people who were housed over the last 5 years, up to, again, 21,631 from where we were 5 years ago at fewer than 10,000. The different types of resources that were used to house folks include about a third of those placements were using short-term interventions with short-term financial assistance and short-term case management, which we call rapid rehousing. About a quarter were housed through permanent supportive housing. That is a long-term rental assistance, equivalent to a Section 8 voucher, and long-term durable case management services and wraparound supportive services. That is our most robust intervention for people who have multiple challenges. And about 42% were housed through what we call other permanent housing, which is a wide array of different kinds of ways that we're able to get people housed again. Some of those are affordable buildings in portfolios like the federal Section 202 portfolio for seniors. Some of that is getting people connected back with their families or getting them into a shared housing unit in the rental market with minimal assistance. And the economic factors that are driving people into homelessness are relentless. The pressures here under our county-wide minimum wage, we would need 80 hours for an individual to afford the area median rent on a one-bedroom apartment. Looking at the city of Los Angeles, there are 273,000 renter households, which is about a third of the renters in Los Angeles who are paying more than 50% of their income for rent. There's an enormous number of city residents who are under severe rental pressure in this market. And looking at the California Housing Partnership study of the County of Los Angeles, we need 500,000 units of affordability to meet the needs of our current state of housing affordability in this county. At the same time, our capacity to engage people has dramatically increased with the resources that have been put into place. And largely those are through Measure H. We were able to triple the number of prevention cases, as I indicated, looked at from the perspective of our ability to connect with through outreach. As we said, there were 3/4 of the people in Los Angeles who are homeless are unsheltered, which means we need to reach them through outreach. We were able to triple the number of outreach contacts. And those are not merely greeting and passing out water. That is people who have been assessed. That is people who have a housing plan and are engaged in our outreach in a robust manner. These are folks who are working with us to get themselves housed. Over the course of the year, we were able to shelter almost 25,000 people. And this is 24-hour shelter that is much better connected to our housing programs than it was 5 years ago before we had Measure H. While the numbers of increased persons flowing through our shelter system have not increased by the same numbers as our other interventions, the quality of that intervention has markedly improved. 5 years ago, we had 14-hour overnight shelters. It was basically a shower and a cot. Those outcomes from a housing placement perspective were in single digits. There was very little connection to our street outreach, very little connection to our outreach programs. At this point, the people who exit from our shelter system exit 27% to permanent housing. Many of the others exit from our short-term shelter programs to our longer-term shelter programs. And again, housing placements have increased dramatically. If we look at the active participants in our coordinated entry system, right now we are working with over 30,000 individual persons countywide, and a little over half of them, about 56%, are in the city of Los Angeles. We have, we're working with people in a wide variety of areas, and this is the number of people. So this 30,000 people, they are actively engaged, they have been assessed, they are working with a case manager, they are ready to be housed, but for some housing resource, a permanent supportive housing slot, a rapid housing slot, or a housing unit in the rental market, these folks could be housed within a matter of months. Looked at from the perspective of how their range in terms of their acuity scores, as we assess people's needs through the coordinated entry system assessment tool that we have, individual households who make up the majority of the households that are in there. So if you look at the number of households in the city of Los Angeles, it's about 14,600. About 10,000 of them, about 10,000, there are about 16,000, about 14,000 are individual persons. Most of these folks fall into what we think of as the high acuity range. That's 8 and above. So that is about 64% of the single adults are in our high acuity range. Acuity means that they have multiple barriers to housing, multiple barriers to lifting themselves out of homelessness. That may be psychosocial issues, maybe physical health, and maybe other kinds of issues. Our lower mid acuity range represent about 29% of the single adults, and the lowest acuity range is about 7%. So from the perspective of our assessment tool, single adults, who are the lion's share of the people who are in our coordinated entry system, represent a group who have a number of challenges. As we look at the families, the distribution is much more toward the folks with mid acuity. So there are about 1,400 families in our coordinated entry system right now in the city of Los Angeles. We have a split between. There's a little over half are in our mid and low acuity ranges, and a little less than half are in our highest acuity ranges. And then if we look at our youth, which is slightly less than 1,000 individuals in the city of Los Angeles, they are a little over half are in our mid and low acuity range, and a little less than half are in a higher acuity range. So the skews differ across the populations that we serve. As we're working toward deploying the resources and fully mobilizing all the resources through Measure H, there is obviously a significant pipeline of new construction that is being deployed through the city's Proposition HHH pipeline, the HCID Affordable Housing Pipeline, our county Community Development Authorities pipeline, which is deploying county Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and we'll be deploying the No Place Like Home monies from the state. Of more than 10,000 units in the pipeline that are committed and projected forward, and approximately 1,400 that are scheduled to open in this year. These units can be filled immediately upon open, so there is literally no downtime from filling new units through new construction. That is one of the things we were able to do extremely fast. Just like we were able to fill new shelters essentially within days. So these will be filled immediately on day one. If we look at this sort of, dig a little deeper into the characteristics of people experiencing homelessness in the city of Los Angeles, these are the percentages are similar to the county overall. About 62% of the people who are homeless in the county of Los Angeles are homeless in the city of Los Angeles, and the same split between unsheltered and sheltered. 3/4 are unsheltered in the city. That means that they are living in a car, they are living in a tent, in a makeshift dwelling, or perhaps just in a bedroll. We have dramatically increased our outreach and capacity to connect with these folks, and we have deployed additional resources through city funds with safe parking programs for people who are currently living in their vehicles. Looked at from the sheltered perspective, as I said, 27% of the people who exit shelter exit to permanent housing. Many of the others exit to other shelter programs. And we have been able to deploy through Measure H, through city funds, through other funds at the County of Los Angeles over 1,800 new beds in the last 2 years. One of the ways that we look at the distribution of, or the facts of homelessness are through various subpopulations and characteristics of those demographics. Veterans is a focus area, has been nationally, and we have the most resources for the veteran population of any population in the county. Countywide, the veteran population decreased slightly, but the city veteran population actually increased about 8%. So this is something that we want to look at closely. There was a marked increase of veterans in the Skid Row area, and we want to look at exactly what is going on there. But this reflects a reverse of what we saw on the countywide level, that there was an actual increase in the city numbers of people experiencing homelessness. But if you look at how many we were able to house, over 2/3 of the veterans that we counted in last year, and the number countywide barely moved. So this is an area where we can reflect the enormous impact of inflow into homelessness and the fact that resources actually matter. This is where the federal government has deployed vouchers, short-term services for veterans, and those resources were able to hold the countywide number down to a modest decrease. and inflow erased all the gains from housing 2/3 of the people that were homeless last year. We look at households with children. This is when we talk about families in homelessness, we're talking about at least one adult and at least one minor child. The family numbers here increased about 9%, and that is similar to the increase countywide, a little more than. And this represents, again, where there have been a deployed set of resources through Measure H. There's been a significant investment in addressing family homelessness, and yet we are seeing more families presenting in crisis than ever before. In the first half of this year, we saw as many families in the crisis system as we saw for the entirety of the previous year, and that itself was more than double what we saw the year before that. So there is an increasing number of families that are presenting in crisis. We were able to house out of homelessness 7,700 household members in families last year, which is more than 3/4 of the people that were counted in the previous count, and this number still went up. Chronic homelessness is defined as a condition where people have been homeless for at least 1 year and have some disabling condition. These folks are our most vulnerable. They are the folks who are, have the most challenging health conditions. In Los Angeles, countywide, we saw an increase, but the city's increase was even greater, 21%. This represents an increase over and above the overall general population, and this represents people who have been on the street long enough to time into the definition. So they may have had some disabling condition. They are now on the street more than a year, and so we have a large number of people who are timing into chronic homelessness, which is a very big challenge. This also represents one of the resource gaps that is largest in our system. We do not have the resources to address the needs of any given subpopulation adequately. But for the single adult population who don't meet the other characteristics, they are not veterans, they are not chronically homeless, they are not youth, we have the least amount of resource for that population. Those are the least likely to get some other kind of intervention. These are the folks we need really strong interventions through our other mainstream systems like our workforce development and our other capacity to connect people with benefits programs. They will time into chronic homelessness, and that is something we want to avoid. And then, of course, we also look at youth, and this is youth is defined as the 18 to 24-year-old adult population. We saw an increase in youth. This is slightly less in the city than the rest of the county, but this also represents a fairly marked increase and is greater than the overall public total. We also saw an increase in, particularly in unsheltered youth. So while we were able to shelter a similar number over the 2 years, between these two, we saw a marked increase in unsheltered youth. Last year, despite the overall decrease in homelessness, we saw a serious increase in seniors 62 and over who were homeless. That was 22%. That was the one standout demographic that actually increased last year. We focused on that, and the increase this year is actually less than the overall, what we saw in the overall population. So this represents the capacity of the system to focus and house folks, but this is a very troubling stat. This is a highly vulnerable population, and obviously this is a demographic that is growing very rapidly. So we ask a number of questions during the demographic survey. One of the questions we ask people is this the first time you've been homeless? Nationally and locally, there are a lot of people who are on the edge of homelessness, and people who have experienced homelessness in the past are more likely to fall into homelessness in the future. It is one of the most accurate predictors of future spells of homelessness or past spells of homelessness. But if you look at at the data that's presented here, which I will walk through, the purple pie slice at 23% represent people who told us that they had fallen into homelessness for the first time in their lives and fell in last year. Almost a quarter of the people we counted were not only new to homelessness as a lifetime episode, they're new to homelessness last year. 40% reflect that they were in their first experience of homelessness, but it was not new in 2018. So almost 2/3 of the people that we talked to were on their first lifetime episode of homelessness. And about 2/3 of them had stayed homeless longer than a year. So people are falling into homelessness and getting trapped there. That's something we need to think hard about how we address. And then, of course, 37% had multiple episodes of homelessness in their lifetime. This is a population that has some significant vulnerabilities. But this reflects people who are falling into homelessness for the very first time, and the number one reason they cite are economic factors. They talk about lost jobs, they talk about increased rents, they talk about evictions, they talk about foreclosures, they talk about some economic factor that drove them into homelessness. We also ask whether people, again, one of the reasons that people present, and when we ask what their immediate cause for homelessness was, they're fleeing violence. 5% indicate that the immediate cause for their homelessness was flight from domestic or intimate partner violence. Most of those are adults. Most of those are female-headed households. Sorry, clicker went a little. We ask health characteristics when we're talking to people. We have a number of questions that get to various kinds of health issues, and one of the things we ask is whether they have had long-term or serious mental illness. About 25% report a history of long-time or serious mental illness. That is about 5 times the prevalence, more than 5 times the prevalence in the general population. So the National Institutes of Health estimate that 4.5% of the general population have a serious mental illness. So that is a high vulnerability to homelessness of people with serious mental illness for reasons that are probably quite well, intuitively obvious. At the same time, we ask people whether they have problem substance use issues, problem drinking or other drug use. About 14% report some kind of substance use or disorder. And there's significant overlap between those two populations. About 10% report both, which is to say that about 2/3 of those with serious substance use disorders also report a serious mental illness, and about 40% of those with a serious mental illness also report a substance use disorder. And that represents in combination, either of those or both, 29% of the people that we talk to, of the thousands of folks out there. That obviously implies that 71% have neither of those characteristics, and that is a large number of people for whom those kinds of issues are not the primary issue with regard to their homeless experience. We also look at race and ethnicity. One of the standout data elements from Los Angeles and nationally is the extraordinary overrepresentation of African Americans in homelessness. This is not unique to Los Angeles, but if you look at these data, they are stunning. 37% of the homeless population are African American, as opposed to 9% of the local population in the city of Los Angeles. That is more than 3 times overrepresentation in homelessness from the general population. As Committee Chair O'Farrell indicated, we also see a dramatic overrepresentation of the percentages of First Native peoples in homelessness at 1.5%, which is greatly over the general population. All of the other populations by race and ethnicity are underrepresented. This was the focus, particularly the African American experience, was the focus of LASA's ad hoc committee on black people experiencing homelessness. There was a wide range of recommendations that came out of that to attempt to address some of the structural and institutional racism issues that lead to this crisis of such a radical disparity in racial distribution of people experiencing homelessness. By gender, males represent about 2/3, females just under, we're about 30%, and there's about a little over 2% trans and less than 1% gender non-conforming or non-binary folks. One of the questions that we get is, are people coming to Los Angeles to be homeless? The answer is no. Overwhelmingly, this is a Los Angeles problem. People fall into homelessness in overwhelming numbers here in the county of Los Angeles. So if we look at these two pie charts, these represent on the left-hand side, length of time in LA County. So the 67.6% have been here for greater than 10 years or their entire lives. 75% have a history of more than 5 years within the county of Los Angeles. Another 12% are 1 to 5 years, and about 12% have been here less than a year. These are they have long-term connections to the county of Los Angeles. And the indication from the chart on the right is the location of where they fell into homelessness. 2/3 fell into homelessness here in the county. There's another group that fell in neighboring counties, and there's a distribution from other places as well. But the overwhelming majority fell into homelessness here in Los Angeles County. There are a lot of people who come to Los Angeles to make it. It is not the easiest place, and people can try to make it and fall in. We split out all of the council districts. We can go through those, at some later time. But these data are presented on the website. On our website at lhasa.org, you can go to the page there and pull down the individual demographic characteristics for each of your own districts. In addition to the council districts, we also do individual, smaller community level snapshots of demography for 3 communities in the city of Los Angeles: Venice, Hollywood, and Skid Row. Each of those communities have high densities of people experiencing homelessness. They also have some unique characteristics of the people experiencing homelessness. We do a lot of oversampling of demography for those small areas so that we can get a picture of homelessness in those communities, and we present those data at the same time. So those will be available on our website shortly. Obviously, resources are largely, particularly the county resources, are largely distributed by our service planning area, GRID, which is a depoliticized map of the county. We saw county increases across the board, but obviously since the city saw a greater increase, those service planning areas that intersect with the city of Los Angeles saw the greatest increases. And I just want to reiterate that but for the Measure H resources, but for the increased investments from the city of Los Angeles in addressing homelessness, our numbers would have looked like our neighboring communities, where Orange County saw an increase of over 40%, Riverside, San Bernardino's is also double-digit increases. But for the thousands of people who were housed using Measure H resources and the other resources we were able to deploy, we would have seen similar increases. So while these are not numbers to cheer about, they do reflect an enormous impact of the investments that were made and the capacity of the homeless crisis system to lift people out of homelessness, even as we're facing an affordability challenge that's driving more people than ever into homelessness. We had a set of recommendations. Obviously, at the core of this crisis, there is housing affordability. If we don't, as a region, address housing affordability, we will not get ahead of homelessness. It is the core driver. And that, as the committee chair rightly pointed out, has suffered due to the loss of state dollars. It has suffered due to the loss of federal dollars investing in affordability. Those are, elements we need to advocate for back. In the meantime, until we get housing affordability by more building and by changing the pressures there, we need to limit rental increases. We are facing a catastrophic situation of unlimited rent increases that are putting pressure on the poorest Angelenos, and we have got to get them some relief. At the same time, we need to prevent folks from being unjustly evicted. We should enact statewide just cause eviction rules to prevent people from being displaced. We want to leave people with actions that they can take locally. We would strongly encourage everyone to participate in the Everyone In campaign from our allies at the United Way for Greater Los Angeles. We do have some legislative advocacy agendas that the LAHSA Commission has approved. Those are on the LAHSA website at the URL listed. We want to provide people with opportunities to volunteer with their local service providers, and volunteer opportunities are there. And then, of course, we are gearing up once again for the homeless count for 2020, and that website is theycountwillyou.org. Thank you.
Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lynn. Let's move right on with the presentations. We have Mr. Ansel from the county, who's going to make a few remarks, and then we'll have Rushmore and Meg from HCID and CEO right afterward, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Phil, good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Council President and members of the council. I'm delighted to be here today. My name is Phil Ansel. I'm the director of the Los Angeles County Homeless Initiative. And since the Homeless Initiative was launched by the Board of Supervisors in August 2015, the partnership between the county and the city of Los Angeles, starting with yourselves, the mayor, and the members of the Board of Supervisors, has been fundamental to our collective efforts to prevent and combat homelessness in Los Angeles County. I'd like to briefly cover 3 items. First, set a little bit of context around our shared efforts. Secondly, talk about Measure H and the outcomes that we've achieved in the first 21 months of Measure H funded services and rental subsidies. And then finally, talk about the implications of the 2019 homeless count for the utilization of Measure H in the coming fiscal year. So first, by way of context, as I mentioned, the Board of Supervisors launched the County Homeless Initiative in August of 2015. And at that time, the City Council and the Mayor were also focused on developing the first ever comprehensive Los Angeles City homeless strategy. And as a result, we worked together through 18 policy summits on 9 topics, which the county convened in the fall of 2015. And that resulted in the contemporaneous approval on February 9, 2016, of 47 coordinated Los Angeles County strategies to prevent and combat homelessness, and approval of the initial version of the first ever Los Angeles City Comprehensive Homeless Strategy. And that coordination in the planning process and the contemporaneous approval of the respective city and county homeless plans exemplified the centrality of the collaboration between the city and the county in preventing and combating homelessness. That in turn led to Los Angeles City voters approving Proposition Triple H in November 2016, and Los Angeles County voters approving Measure H in March of 2017. We began implementing expanded rental subsidies and services with Measure H in July of 2017, 3 months before the tax itself actually took effect. And in the first 21 months of Measure H funded services and rental subsidies, from July 2017 through March of 2019, we have had what is truly an exceptional impact, notwithstanding the increase in the countywide homeless population documented in the 2019 homeless count. In that first 21 months, outreach workers across the county, including 350 new outreach workers funded directly by Measure H, engaged nearly 16,000 homeless individuals and family members experiencing unsheltered homelessness. During that same 21-month period, over 25,000 family members and individuals entered interim housing funded in whole or in part by Measure H. And finally, the ultimate objective of all of this work, Measure H enabled 14,241 family members and individuals to enter permanent housing directly funded by Measure H. Without that increase in families and individuals entering permanent housing as a direct result of Measure H, the increase in the countywide homeless population and the homeless population in Los Angeles City documented in the 2019 homeless count would have paralleled the increase that was experienced in our surrounding counties, which ranged from 20% to 50%. Turning now to the implications of the 2019 homeless count for the use of Measure H, we reported to our Board of Supervisors on Monday of this week in a memo that has been provided today to the City Council. And what we identified is that the distribution of $460 million in Measure H funding in fiscal year 2019-20 across 21 approved Measure H homeless initiative strategies is broadly responsive to the results of the 2019 homeless count. That includes, first, the continued distribution of most Measure H funds by geography across the 8 service planning areas identified by Peter a few moments ago. And pursuant to the board's policy, those Measure H funds are distributed parallel to the geographic distribution of people experiencing homelessness. 4 of the 8 service planning areas in the county are predominantly comprised of the city of Los Angeles. Secondly, the fiscal year 1920 distribution of Measure H funds includes increases in areas that are responsive to the results of the 2019 homeless count. That includes an increase in funding for prevention, increase for permanent supportive housing, which addresses the ongoing needs of people experiencing chronic homelessness, an increase in funding for employment for that large number, the substantial majority of people experiencing homelessness who are employable, who do not suffer from severe mental illness, and who do not suffer from substance use disorder, and increased funding for safe parking, which combined with state HEAP funding administered by LAHSA will enable a very significant expansion in the number of safe parking sites in the coming fiscal year. At the same time, we identified 3 areas based on the homeless count results that warrant consideration for increased funding in the coming fiscal year, either through Measure H and or through the newly approved state HAPS funding, $650 million statewide, to be available over the coming 4 fiscal years. And those 3 areas are, first, prevention. As Peter mentioned, the heart of the homeless crisis in the county and city of Los Angeles is the inflow of people becoming homeless. That's why we had this confounding reality documented in the 2019 homeless count, where over the last 4 years we have doubled the number of people moving from homelessness into permanent housing, thanks directly to the homeless crisis response system. Well, at the same time, we had a 12% countywide increase. On each day of 2017, on average, 133 family members and individuals escaped homelessness. But 150 people became homeless. That difference, 17 more people per day becoming homeless throughout 2018, accounts for that 12% increase in the countywide homeless population documented in the 2019 homeless count. The second area is youth, where, as Peter noted, was the population that had the greatest increase in the people experiencing homelessness. And finally, the area of services to people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. We'll be returning to our board at the end of September with recommendations regarding potential increased funding in one or more of those 3 areas. Let me just close with a word about interim housing and the unsheltered homeless population. There is a strong sense of a need to act quickly to address the crisis of unsheltered homelessness. And that's why we've identified addressing the needs of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness as one of the 3 areas on which we'll return to our board. But I also want to express a caution in this area. And the caution is that interim housing is neither cheap nor fast. A bed in interim housing costs more than permanent housing and doesn't achieve the objective of actually reducing the number of people experiencing homelessness. In LAHSA's 2018 homeless gap analysis, LAHSA identified a countywide gap of 3,250 interim housing beds. That's the number of additional interim housing beds that would be needed if the rest of the homeless services system were fully resourced in terms of rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, and prevention. Since that gap analysis was released, we have added collectively 2,888 interim housing beds, with 1,670 additional beds scheduled to come online in fiscal year 1920, for a total of 4,558 interim housing beds that will be added by the end of the coming fiscal year. That means that we will have substantially overshot the gap in interim housing beds identified in LAHSA's gap analysis. The best way that we can address the crisis of street homelessness is to expedite the rate at which people can move from interim housing to permanent housing. That includes construction, but it's not limited to it. Even based on the current incredibly tight affordable housing rental market, every day we are enabling people through rapid rehousing subsidies and permanent supportive housing subsidies to move from interim housing to permanent housing. If we could cut the time that people in interim housing spend in half, we could double the number of people accessing interim housing every year without adding a single interim housing bed. I'll look forward to responding to your questions when the time is right. Thank you.
Yes. So we're just waiting for the presentation.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so the presentation that we will show you today, as we've heard so far, the count numbers are sobering and demonstrate that we're facing a very challenging homelessness issue here in LA. Today we're going to talk about what the city's been doing, our response to the homeless crisis since 2016, taking a lead and demonstrating what a focused municipal response to homelessness looks like. As I just mentioned, the city's comprehensive homeless strategy was adopted in February of 2016, and an enhanced comprehensive homeless strategy, which you have a copy of on your desks, was adopted in March of 2019. These enhancements are designed to be action-oriented and informed by the first 3 years of strategy implementation. And we'll talk a little bit more about the enhanced comprehensive homeless strategy a little bit later in the presentation. Since 2016, or since the 2015-16 city budget, the city's commitment financially to addressing homelessness has increased 24 times. The chart demonstrates the changes in the city homeless budget since the 15-16 adopted budget. We'll walk through some accomplishments since the adoption of the comprehensive homeless strategy relative to shelter and interim housing, hygiene and street services, regional coordination, employment, the Homeless Emergency Aid Program grant itself, and permanent housing. As it relates to interim housing and shelter, in that first year of the adoption of the comprehensive homeless strategy, the city allocated $100 million of one-time funds to do things such as expand crisis and bridge housing from 1,668 beds in the city to 2,064 beds, or 2,074 beds in 1 year, and those are beds that are being provided by service providers. Also, all the beds in that system were transitioned from overnight operations to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And other types of shelter quality standards were improved, such as accommodating people's pets or service animals. We also added 7 safe parking sites funded by the city. These are, to my knowledge, the only safe parking sites in the County of Los Angeles at this time. However, as Phil and Peter mentioned, there is an RFP out with county, city, and LAHSA funding to add to the number of safe parking sites, and a lot of that RFP is based on lessons learned from these early city sites. We've also expanded hygiene and street services. The Los Angeles police department has included mental health intervention training in the trainings required for all LEPD officers. And to date, more than 2,500 officers have been trained with mental health intervention training. Also, the Los Angeles Fire Department has implemented advanced provider response units or sober units throughout the city of Los Angeles to provide better options for people who are being on the street having those types of crises to be able to access the type of care that they need directly and keep those units on the street at the same time. We've also added 24 outreach teams since 2016-17, and a total of 46 outreach teams funded by the city are now operated, in addition to other teams funded by County Measure H. Additionally, the Pit Stop program added 17 encampment-based bathrooms that operate 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it was also expanded to include mobile showers in partnership with the county, which is providing 4 mobile shower trailers for the city to use with attendants that are being paid with city HEAP funds. In addition, the Venice bathroom site is open 24 hours. Recreation and parks bathrooms have expanded cleaning at parks with high homeless populations, and the Refresh Spot was opened on Skid Row, adding bathroom showers and laundry. As it relates to regional coordination, we now have the coordinated entry system allocating homeless housing resources countywide based on need, and establishing a regional homeless advisory council, which includes participants from all the continuums of care in the county, as well as law enforcement, service providers, people with lived experience, and permanent supportive housing developers. Specific examples of coordination between municipalities and the county and other agencies, we now have a memorandum of understanding between the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles County, and the City of LA to ensure that there are operating subsidies and services for all Proposition HHH funded units. And the city and the county and HACLA are implementing a single point application this summer as well to also streamline that process for the developers of those units. Additionally, 1,835 homeless incentive program payments have been paid with city and county and city funds and County Measure H to increase utilization of tenant-based housing Section 8 vouchers for homeless tenants. Oops. Sorry. EWDD and the Personnel Department have also expanded employment opportunities for people who are homeless. More than 1,600 homeless clients have been enrolled in subsidized employment and support, and 330 clients to date have transitioned to unsubsidized employment. The Targeted Local Hire Program as well has hired 94 homeless applicants to date since that program has been reporting the metrics, at least through the quarterly performance report for the comprehensive homeless strategy. As it relates, as you all are aware, the city moved very quickly to implement our Homeless Emergency Aid Program grant. We've implemented that $85 million grant. We applied 2 days after the application period opened and had received our funds a month after that. The funds are now 86% committed and 6 months ahead of the 50% commitment deadline. We are expecting a second allocation from the FY 19-20 state budget as well. And this slide provides a breakdown of how those funds have been committed or reserved. And as it relates to permanent housing, homeless services system annual placements, as Peter mentioned, have more than doubled since 2014. There's been 21,000 placements countywide. I'm not sure what the city number is of those placements, but we've also had 41 city-owned sites made available to develop affordable and homeless housing here in the city of LA, with a total estimated value of $199 million, and also established other programs and ordinances like the Affordable Housing Linkage Fee, the Permanent Supportive Housing Ordinance, and the Interim Motel Conversion Ordinance. And the biggest accomplishment really has been voter approval and city implementation of Proposition HHH and HSID. Rushmore is going to take over a presentation of housing development here in LA.
Great. Thank you very much, Meg. Good morning, council members and those in the audience here this morning. As we all know, with the passage of Measure HHH, it was the goal to produce 10,000 units of supportive housing for the homeless within a 10-year period of time. And notwithstanding the tremendous escalation in construction costs that not only afflict just affordable housing, but they also afflict traditional housing, market rate housing, as well as commercial construction, the city of Los Angeles has been able to triple its housing production pipeline for projects on a go-forward basis. But before I go into the presentation of those numbers, I think it's important to note also that the mayor and council have approved a series of ordinances that have also helped alleviate some of the housing crisis that we have. With the passage of transit-oriented communities ordinances, under-permitted dwelling units, or UDUs, Proposition JJJ, as well as other discretionary approvals, we have more than doubled the number of affordable housing units that are produced just in a 2-year period in market rate housing. 2 years ago, we were able to approve 484 affordable housing units within 93 market rate housing projects. Just 2 years later, we were over 800 affordable housing units within 160 market rate housing projects, and that's the cheapest way to go. We don't have any resources into it. This is just by virtue of land use variances permitting affordable housing. It's a win-win for everyone. As it relates to the numbers of HHH progress, and that's what we really want to hear about, the city took a strategy to address the 10,000 unit goal, broken down into 2 different buckets. 7,000 units to be produced with HHH financing, 3,000 units to be financed with our traditional managed pipeline process, which utilizes other sources of monies. And since the passage of HHH in November 2016, via these 2 funding routes, the city has amassed a pipeline of 110 affordable housing projects. 110, consisting of 7,467 units, of which 5,379 are supportive housing units. Now, you've got to remember, not every single housing project is going to be 100% supportive housing. They will have a blend of homeless housing for the chronic, as well as traditional affordable housing, which are reflected in the 2 dials that are up on the screen. As you'll see, the 79 projects are with HHH, 31 are funded through the managed pipeline. And I think it's also important to note that all of these projects will have at least 14% of the units accessible for persons with disabilities. Looking specifically at HHH, of the 79 projects funded with HHH that are going to be in our pipeline or in our pipeline, 67 are located near transit. 17 are currently under construction, totaling 1,138 units. 3 have disclosed their construction loans and will start construction shortly. And in the next 90 days, 5 more projects will close their financing and will begin construction shortly thereafter. As of this month, roughly $52 million has been expended on HHH supportive housing projects that are currently in construction. The average per unit cost for each project is $520,000 per unit. However, the city's average HHH contribution to those units is $153,000 per unit, or roughly 29%. And the importance of that, council members and those in the audience, is that that is consistent with how we have financed affordable housing for many years, trying to leverage our resources. The most important fact, though, that never really gets discussed is the number of people these projects are actually serving. When you take into consideration the number of bedrooms, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units, of the projects that are currently in the pipeline, we'll be able to house over 9,000 people with these HHH dollars. And we have several tables there that show the ramping up of not only those projects that are going into finance or into construction, but also when we anticipate these projects to be completed. And I want to add, for those in the audience, this is our HHH dashboard that can be accessed via our HCID website, and you have real-time data on the progress of the $1.2 billion that's been invested. For the non-HHH funded projects, or what we call our managed pipeline, as you'll see from the slide here, since 2016, our HHH project pipeline looks like this. 6 projects totaling approximately 500 units are in pre-development, 10 projects in development totaling 700 units have been completed, and 15 have been completed containing 900 units. Again, based on the number of bedrooms in each of these projects, we can house over 5,000 people. When you combine the HHH-funded projects as well as the non-HHH-funded projects that is, again, our goal to reach 10,000 units. So far in our pipeline, that's 7,500 units so far in our pipeline that can house 1,500 people, and we're not done yet. HHID will be coming back in August, September of this year with recommendations for our most recent HHH call for projects, in which we received 45 proposals. We're also going to be coming forward with our design challenge results. This is a design challenge competition for a city parcel in Council District 5, Councilman Koretz's office, with the goal of coming up with cost-effective designs on city land. Plus, we'll have the recommendations coming forward with the $120 million innovation challenge, which we received the proposals just earlier this week. There's a lot of numbers going on, a lot of investment going on, more to follow. But I think it's also important not to lose sight that we need to make sure that we protect and preserve our existing housing stock. In addition to our efforts to preserve existing affordable housing wherein the covenants are being expired, the mayor and council have adopted a series of ordinances over the last 3 years, which HCID has been rolling out and adopting, including the rent registry program, cash for keys. We've amended the RSO and Ellis several times to strengthen it for tenant protections, as well as anti-immigration harassment ordinance, as well as Section 8 source of income requirements for property owners to ensure they don't discriminate against those who have Section 8 vouchers. We're also working on another series of motions, including the tenant anti-harassment ordinance, the eviction prevention program, or right to counsel, just cause protections for non-RSO residents, RSO tenant notifications, and of course there's been a series of motions that have been introduced that we'll continue to work on. I also think it's important to note that HCID does over 100 outreach training sessions per year in the community to advise tenants as well as landlords of what their rights are as well as what their requirements are as potentially as property owners. Lastly, I want to talk about the other safety network that the City of LA provides through HCID. Through our family source centers, we serve over 50,000 individuals per year that trust these family source centers where they're able to get valuable services. Through our domestic violence shelters, 10 of them, sadly. When I say sadly, we shouldn't need a single shelter. We also have 2 shelters for victims of human trafficking, as well as our HOPA program, providing valuable services and housing opportunities for those with AIDS. Lastly, we have a series of other sources coming in, and Councilman O'Farrell, you referred to it, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Community Grant dollars. We were successful in winning $85 million. That was the highest allocation anywhere in the state of California. We just received that last week, and that'll help finance 824 valuable housing units and, of course, provide significant infrastructure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The great thing about this program, we are well positioned to access future dollars. This program has been codified through 2030. Next year alone, there'll be $500 million available, so we'll be going aggressively after that. And again, Councilman O'Farrell, you referenced the Senate Bill 2 with a $75 document recording fee. Those dollars are coming in. That's roughly $20 million will be rolling into our portfolio. No place like home dollars. Linkage fee, as of this month now, that is being fully collected from the developers when assessed. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we've got over 50 parcels of land that we're developing. And I just will, my closing comments will be, I just really want to thank our development partners. I want to thank HACLA for their vouchers, the rental subsidy they provide, the county for the wraparound services that are desperately needed, obviously, for supportive housing projects. Our partnership with LASA and the CAO's office as a city family and a region with the county, this is truly a historic lift, and that we are going arm in arm as we approach this. And I just want to really reemphasize one more time where we are with HHH right now, just in our pipeline, not excluding other projects that are going to be added here in the future. We're looking at 7,500 units that can house 15,000 people. Thank you.
So in addition to the Permanent Supportive Housing Loan Program that you heard about for Proposition HHH, the CAO's office also administers the Facilities Program, which many of you are familiar with. In the first two Prop HHH bond issuances, $49.7 million was issued for 24 projects. 4 of those projects are city-sponsored on city-owned land in CD2, CD4, CD8, and CD15. The other 20 are service payback loans for private-sponsored projects. We expect more than 29,000 people to be served through these facilities enhancements and upgrades. I just wanted to note those are not necessarily unduplicated numbers, but 126 new interim housing beds will also be created as a result of these issuances. The types of projects include shelters, domestic violence shelters, 5 transitional housing programs, navigation service centers, and health clinics. Going on to a discussion of interim housing, we did last year especially expand our focus to increase interim housing capacity while new permanent supportive housing units are in construction. Acknowledging all of that very early, very focused work to get the Proposition HHH Supportive Housing Loan Fund underway and under production, but that those units are going to take a while to begin construction. The city has, as I said, expanded our focus to increase that capacity. In April 2018, the city updated our shelter crisis declaration, taking advantage of new state legislation to provide flexibility in zoning, in limits on the number of beds that we could have in a facility established under this declaration, and also establishing alternate safety standards that maintain safety at these facilities but are also easier to comply with. The Bridge Home program is, in particular, again, you all are most likely very, very familiar with this. We are establishing new city-funded interim housing facilities that will be leased to service providers with enhanced services and support in collaboration with the county to support operating costs for 600 beds with Measure H funding and enhanced street cleaning services in the neighborhoods where these facilities are located. As of today, up to 1,813 beds will be created with the Bridge Home program. 4 projects are now completed, comprised of 207 beds. 13 projects are underway with over 1,100 beds, and 5 projects are under feasibility review for another 445 beds. This amounts to 22 current projects that are either underway and funded or under review. The funding for the Bridge Home program includes funds from the City General Fund in 1819, $30 million, and $55.7 million that's been reserved or committed. Actually, it's all been committed now from the city's Homeless Emergency Aid Program allocation. So to date, $74.2 million of those funds have been committed. Moving forward, the city's enhanced comprehensive homeless strategy, as we discussed, or as I alluded to earlier, has been updated to accurately reflect the work the city is doing to address homelessness. Many of the strategies in the original strategy were report backs, and so a lot of that information has been gathered by the Homeless Strategy Committee during the first 3 years of implementation, and now we have adjusted our strategy to put that information to work. It also includes new strategies that were not in the original CHS, such as street and outreach, and reflecting the work of the Unified Homeless Response Center to coordinate outreach and city services, a Skid Row place-based strategy, and a strategy specific to supportive housing. And each enhanced CHS strategy corresponds to at least one strategy from the original CHS. And you have copies of the new enhanced comprehensive homeless strategy on your desks, and there is an attachment that provides a crosswalk of the original strategies to the new enhanced strategies. City departments and LAHSA developed goals and metrics for each of these strategies, and the combining of strategies is really designed to ensure ongoing coordination between the departments throughout implementation. So there are multiple departments that are working towards the implementation of each strategy, and this will help them to work together, rather than departments having their own individual strategies. And we expect to begin implementation reporting in the first quarter of the next fiscal year. So that concludes the presentations on items 3, 4, and 5, and we're open to your questions.
Well, we have a number of members on the queue, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. O'Farrell to start us off.
Thank you, Madam President. The presentations you all just made are remarkable, and I think that I'm not alone in feeling some of the frustration when there was that response when the numbers were first published. The 2019 point-in-time homelessness count numbers were first published. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate this presentation, all the work that has gone into setting up the apparatus to really fulfill voters' expectations of all of us in terms of the approvals of Measure H, and Measure H. So really well done. Now, as I preface this in the press conference earlier and now, we're not here to pat ourselves on the back, but it's really important that people know the diligence that you all have paid to this, I think the challenge of our day is what I will call it, and how we have crafted local solutions that are starting to yield real results. So that's fantastic. And so, Madam President, I have a whole bunch of questions, which I've narrowed down already, but at the same time, I don't want to hog all the questions because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of duplication. So I'm going to start, and then I'll...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. O'Farrell.
And then I'll sit down.
There's a number of members on the queue,
Yeah.
so we have to be mindful of our time.
So that's exactly right. So I'm just going to ask a few questions of LASA, and then I'll sit down, and then we'll keep the rounds going. And I've just really narrowed it down to a couple. In terms of, this is really for LASA and possibly also you, Mr. Ansel. Of the 81% of the increase in LA County's numbers due to the increase in the city's numbers of homelessness. So I just want to hear your thoughts on LASA's future spending priorities and strategies. And you said, Mr. Ansel, that it will reflect that in terms of the county, city. Can you elaborate?
So I think between the funding allocations that are made through the County of Los Angeles, which are the bulk of the funds that we have to draw on right now, the strategies overwhelmingly divide the resources according to the last two homeless counts. There's a weighted average between the last two so as to prevent large swings over the course of the year, which is challenging to implement. But they do map to need, and that's what So the city service planning areas will get the majority of the funding based on the allocation distribution protocols and funding algorithms that are in place.
All right.
The only thing I'd add is that we allocate Measure H funding geographically by service planning area wherever it's reasonable to do so. The primary strategies where it's not reasonable to allocate geographically is site-based strategies. Much of permanent supportive housing and all of interim housing, where we spend the money based on where the facilities are. And actually a disproportionate number of project-based permanent supportive housing sites and interim housing sites are in the city of Los Angeles. So for that reason, a disproportionate amount of Measure H funding in those two major areas is expended in the city of Los Angeles.
Okay, thank you.
Disproportionately large, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, correct. Disproportionately large relative to the LA City share of the homeless population.
All right, thank you. Something else that has stood out to me is that there is an uptick in people experiencing homelessness for the first time that have newly moved into the county and the city. It's fairly significant. So my question is, where are we on focusing on reunification of folks? We deal with a lot of youth experiencing homelessness in Hollywood, and I interact with young people. And one story that I like to tell is someone ran away from home in Ohio, ended up homeless in Hollywood, and his goal was to become a recording artist. It just didn't happen. I think there's a reunification opportunity for folks who might be feeling shame for coming here and ending up homeless. And what are our strategies to focus on that significant slice on reunification efforts?
I appreciate the question. There is a focused effort exactly on that strategy, and particularly I think the experience we've had with the success of that program for youth, but we've also seen that with single adults and families as well. It is part of the strategies that we deploy. It's one of the most cost-effective strategies that there are to get people connected back. And one of the investments that's being made across the county is to expand the capacity of an intervention we're calling problem-solving intervention. Part of that includes training people on the ways that you can interview people to get to, okay, what are the causes, and are there ways that we can drill in and immediately, negotiate conflicts? Is that part of the reason that, so we can do conflict mediation, but we can also apply short-term assistance to get people connected back to home, and we do that. We will do that all day long. We only put people on transportation out of the county to get them reunified when we can make certain that they're going to be received on the other end. So we connect with people, we get an agreement that there's somewhere to go. We don't ship people out, just willy-nilly, but we do that intervention very readily, and we have instructed our providers to do it. There's flexibility within a number of our different funds, and that is something that we're training folks up to do even more. And I think that with the HEAP funds, we'll be able to expand our capacity to intervene in that way.
Terrific. And lastly on that, and then I'm going to sit down, I think there are a lot of people who, if they knew about these opportunities, would volunteer, donate to transport folks back across county lines, even state lines. I want to make sure there are no barriers to reunification for people who are ready and will be accepted, as you mentioned, and embraced by their families or friends from other places.
I think that's the main issue, is we want to make sure people are safe.
Right.
So, that's the core issue.
Great, thank you. And we'll go around, and then we'll go around a few times.
Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell. I'm just going to make an announcement really quickly on behalf of Mr. Rue. The Health, Education, Neighborhood Parks, Arts, and River Committee will meet at 2 o'clock today. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm very pleased to see this presentation today when we asked for this a few weeks ago. I think it gives an opportunity to clarify in all of our minds a lot of things that are going on and the machinations that are going on. And I'd characterize it as saying we're well on the way to addressing the issues, but we're not there yet. I had 2 questions, one of which dealt with, for LASA, I was recently with the chief of police at an event with clergy, and one of the things he mentioned to me was LASA is a wonderful aid to the police department as they address these issues in the streets, but you're an 8-to-5 organization on Monday through Friday. And we need to really consider that homelessness is not an 8-to-5 Monday through Friday issue. It's an issue that really needs addressing many days of the week, at night as well as weekends. And so the request to you is, as you go to September to ask for funding, would you, and I can do it in a motion if you wish, but just after your approval today that you would do this, propose an opportunity to expand your hours of operation to more reflect what is going on in the streets of not just Los Angeles, but LA County. It's not just an 8-to-5 problem Monday through Friday. So would you accept that as an offer, or I could put it in a motion if you wish?
I am, so we had a similar motion on the county side with regard to expanding weekend hours for service planning areas, and for county-funded staff. We would be happy to work with you on such a proposal.
Great, thank you very much. The second one deals with something that was missing here today, as mentioned, and I think it's been a failure on the part of the state of California. Mr. Weezer put a motion on this, I saw today, which is very good, dealing with the Lanham and Pettis Act of 1967. In 1967, the state of California had the responsibility for mental illness. We had hospitals throughout the state of California. The Lanham, named after the gentleman that passed the act, facility in Pomona was closed a number of years ago. Camarillo State Hospital was closed a decade ago. Norwalk State Hospital is half what it used to be. The state of California has walked away from their responsibility, and yet 24% of our homeless have mental issues. Many could be fixed easily. Many cannot be. These people need to really be institutionalized, but the state has abdicated its responsibility and pushed it back on us. So what is missing from all this is the fact that homelessness is not solved by just creating a place to live. There are so many other issues connected to homelessness that drive people into homelessness. We talked about the economic issue and your desire to have a summit on that component, but it's more than just economics. And it's more than racial issues. There's a lot of underlying causes of homelessness that have to be addressed. And so as you move forward, Mr. O'Farrell, on a next special session, that we look at the issue of mental illness, as 24% of the people out there have these issues. Many of them are veterans coming back from long years of fighting in the longest war in our history. These are people that need assistance, and many can be fixed with mental health professionals. And so I'd ask that we look at that. I know the county, Supervisor Barger has a proposal to add to the Olive View facility out in the valley, a 5150 processing center, a mental issue, a mental health component to that new hospital. But the number of beds they're creating is far, far too small for the problems we're facing on the streets of LA. And so I asked Mr. O'Farrell if you would include that in your summit, that mental health has to be a critical component of this, because we're missing that big, big piece of the puzzle. Thank you.
Mr. Smith. Mr. Correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have any questions, but I've been making some notes. And I've worked on a lot of pieces of this problem, but they're all in somewhat of an incoherent way, and I'd like to see us look at a different set of priorities. We've done a good job in some areas, but what scared me was the homeless count a year before this homeless count. If I recall the statistics correctly, in 2018's homeless count, we found around 20% decrease in chronic homelessness. We housed 20%. We housed around 20% of veterans. And yet, overall, homelessness went down 4%. So that kind of jolted me the same way the whole public has gotten jolted the following year, where not only did it not go down, it went up. So we're on a track to have the problem get worse while we do all the right stuff and we house a ton of people. So as far as I'm concerned, the first area we're missing is prevention. We have very little focus on prevention. And you know I've been focusing on this. We got the mayor to put in almost $1 million into the budget. We, as a budget committee, added a couple million. That is woefully underfunding one of the primary answers to this problem, which is don't let people become newly homeless in the first place. If we don't solve that, we can just keep building, we can keep putting more and more money in, but it will never get us probably even to break even, much less quietly doing this. So other prevention measures that we've been working on, just cause eviction protection, anti-harassment legislation. I think we should even be looking at making the most frivolous eviction efforts an actual crime that is a misdemeanor in the city. I think we need to be as aggressive as we possibly can. We've also had items introduced by council members to look at legally pushing back on cities and states that push their homeless into Los Angeles. That is a relatively small number. People think it's more than it is, but it's a piece of the problem. So number one, I think we have to be focused on prevention. Number two, as Mr. O'Farrell mentioned, I think family reunification should be our next priority. And we should put every dollar and every effort that we can into that until we have run out of the ability to do it. It is the least expensive and the most humane solution to homelessness. If you can find people that would like to be with their families and family members that would like to take them in and provide the counseling and the follow-up to make sure that this works. I know there's some nonprofits that focus on this and actually have a very high percentage of the folks they get off the street to get back together with their families. I think we need to make sure that every single entity that touches the homeless makes this their top priority. And some know how to do it better than others. There has to be great training from the people that do it best, and that absolutely has to be a focus. I think we also have to look at doubling up on units and shared housing as much as we can. So even some of the housing that we're building, where we might be looking at putting one bed in, and if we put a set of bunk beds, we might be able to house 2 people instead of 1. I think Mr. Bonin was the one that was looking at this. It is a great opportunity, again, with very little effort. We're building these units. Let's see if we can house more people in those units. Really cost effective and simple solution. I think we also need to push harder on changing the Ellis Act and the Costa-Hawkins Act, which are responsible for many of the affordable housing units being lost in the city of Los Angeles. Ellis Act, through being used to buy and flip existing affordable housing that then becomes unaffordable luxury housing. I believe we've lost over 20,000, probably close to 25,000 units that way over the years. The Ellis Act should be at least modified if it's too hard to throw out, and should require that someone that owns the property and is going to demolish it has to have owned it for 5 years. So it is actually a hardship. These developers that buy a property and immediately demo it and flip it, they're not subject to any hardship. They're just making tons of money at the expense of affordable housing. And Costa-Hawkins, before it was passed, if someone was evicted from a unit and they were paying $700, the next person would be paying $700. Now the next person would be paying $2,500 or $3,000. So it guarantees every single unit that becomes available that is rent controlled becomes unaffordable. We have to come up with some sort of middle ground on that. Even if we allowed a 10% or a 15% increase, it would allow homes to still remain affordable to people. Now, if you're evicted under Ellis, you're almost guaranteed to have great difficulty if you're lower income and that rent was all you can afford. There aren't any other great options for you in Los Angeles other than homeless housing, but you shouldn't have to become homeless first to get it. So I think we need to push those, and we frankly need to push every single member of the LA delegation and really call them out if they don't join us in this effort. I think we also have to look at our bootlegged units. We've been having inspectors finding bootlegged units and booting out the tenants and taking those units off the market. In my district particularly, those are probably the most affordable units we had in Council District 5. We've, I think, eliminated at least a couple thousand of them over the years, maybe more. And that's an opportunity that we should take to allow landlords to fix those units, make sure they're not a threat to safety, and then find a way to put them on the market. We have a process, but it's too onerous. It asks too much of landlords, and so the ones that have these units are hiding in the shadows, and the rest of them generally have just kept them off the market. I think we also need to take a harder look at best practices in terms of reducing the costs of HHH units. I think we were all shocked at how expensive they are to build. I think one of the things we need to do is giving a stronger look to streamlining the development process for these units, move them to the head of the class, and do it so we're not adding an unnecessary year or so to the process. We need to relook at this process and streamline it, and we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We make it as hard to develop these as we make it for commercial developers. And I think we need to change that. We also need to look at streamlining the rest of our development process, but the top priority has to be HHH housing. Also, one thing I think we should at least look at, maybe too crazy, we may never do it, but I remember in the 90s when we had a previous homeless crisis, there were places in various cities, West Hollywood was one of them, where we opened up parks buildings and other buildings and allowed people to have mats and sleep on them and use the toilet facilities. I believe, I've been told that I haven't confirmed it, that we may have even done that here in City Hall in the 90s. So I think we should look at that and how many people we could be getting off the streets at least overnight to have a safe place to sleep. Also, I think we need to do everything we can, and I know we're working on this, to make every person that has a Section 8 housing voucher have the ability to rent a unit. We shouldn't be allowing those to go without being completely utilized. We need to incentivize this enough to make sure that every single voucher is used. I know we're already engaging in those efforts, but I think we need to look at that more. We also need to push the vacancy tax that is moving forward. We clearly need to both make sure that some of the units that are being held as an asset, especially by foreign companies, not only be put back on the market, which has happened in other places with a vacancy tax, but also provides a lot of additional funding for the homeless problem as a result of it. We also need to be sure we recover Airbnb units as quickly as possible. I know that's set to go into effect July 1st. There's some conversation about possibly stalling that date to a later time. I think we absolutely should not do that. Even if we haven't done a good enough job of communicating to individual unit holders, we at least should start with apartments that are being used as hotels, where people have bought those apartments. They've forced out a number of the tenants and are using them as Airbnb facilities. So we have to at least start there. We can't delay that any longer. That should bring a certain number of units
Mr.
back
O'Farrell,
into play.
I'm sorry, Mr. Koretz, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to remind you of your time, sir.
And I will, I will stop at that point, and I will continue in the next round.
All right, thank you, Mr. Koretz. Next up is Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, when this year homeless count numbers were officially released, many people in our city and throughout this region were surprised, but I clearly was not. And I see this crisis getting worse, not better. And for that, I believe there are three problems that are keeping us from solving homelessness in our city. One, the organization we entrust to coordinate our response to homelessness. Two, the lack of ownership by our surrounding cities. Mr. Bonnet and I have talked about this here and proposed trying to find the city attorney to compel surrounding cities to do their part in seeking solutions to homelessness. And three, we're not acting with enough speed and urgency. Now, LAHSA is an agency that coordinates and manages over $300 million annually in state, federal, county, and city funds for programs meant to provide shelter, housing, and services to people experiencing homelessness. And yet, we only managed to house 20,000 people, while 25,000 managed to house themselves. And LAHSA has hundreds of outreach workers who I have a profound love and respect for. They are our foot soldiers who should be collecting detailed data in real time, but we only receive these LAHSA numbers once a year, and it's in the form of the homeless count numbers. We've also been waiting for a shelter bed availability electronic system for LAHSA for now 2 years. Now just think if our service providers, our police officers, our community-based organizations, colleagues, and constituents alike could see where there's an empty shelter bed in real time, we all could be helping people get off the streets and into a bed immediately. Next, Mike, you know, our surrounding cities are not adopting solutions towards solving homelessness. Instead, they're sweeping homeless into the city of Los Angeles and other cities. Now, I've experienced, as much as I respect my colleagues who serve on the Carson City Council, they recently banned RV parking in the city of Carson. Complete ban on RVs in the city of Carson. So where do those RVs show up? In Wilmington, right across the street. And this is why I have more people living in cars in RVs. Now, we all see this in our communities, and on our side of the street, as we clearly observed in Culver City, there is a line of encampments, and on the other side of the street, outside the city, the streets are empty and clean, like Culver City. Now, finally, we need to treat this as an actual emergency. When I was a police officer, and I didn't have the luxury of stopping at red lights during Code 3 responses or stop at stop signs. But we as a city are currently stopping at every stop sign and every red light and observing the speed limit in our response to homelessness. For example, a bridge home. Now, this council has taken the leadership, along with Mayor Garcetti, to move on a bridge home throughout our city. In fact, I'm proposing 3. But that wasn't intended to be a quick solution to homelessness. And yet, we're here today with each project averaging 1 year before opening and over $5 million per site. And this is why. We're using building and safety codes designed for permanent structures. We're not building hotels here, guys. We are building temporary sites. This effectively diverts critical staff time and financial resources that could be used elsewhere. In 2015, this body, along with Mayor Garcetti, introduced an intent to declare a state of emergency on homelessness, and yet we still have not made that official declaration a reality. Let me share with you some of the benefits of declaring a state of emergency per our city's admin code. 1, a centralized command and control center. Now, we would convene the mayor and all department heads in the Emergency Operations Center, which I know well. I've been deployed there numerous times as a police officer, so that all decision makers would have to be in one room, eliminating delays that result from lower level staff needing direction and approval. It would also make the homeless crisis the top priority of the city, with all other projects and objectives taking a back seat until this emergency is addressed. Second, legal immunity of emergency actions, as stated in our admin code, would have allowed for this emergency immunity would have allowed my navigation center, that's under construction now after a year and a half, to begin prior to issuance of the coastal development permit from the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission, we're not building a home in Malibu. We're talking about a navigation storage center. This would also allow for the San Pedro Bridge home to begin construction prior to approval from the California Transportation Committee. Now, the state of Hawaii, from what I gather to my affiliation with National League of Cities, the state, they declared a state of emergency. And what I've learned in the city of Honolulu, they moved on emergency housing and pulled permits after the site was up. Now, why can't we do that here? And lastly, the contracting, just bang my head around here with contracting. RFIs this, RFP this, and yet we are in an emergency. Why not sole source contracting? We would only be able to sole source contracting if there's a state of emergency. We would have expedited the safe parking programs. As you heard, LASA is now preparing their 3rd request for proposals for a state parking operator. Now, this would have expedited mobile shower programs throughout the city. So I'm looking forward to having this discussion with leadership here and our mayor. We're not moving quickly enough. If this year's homeless count numbers don't qualify as an emergency, if walking around Skid Row or Lameda and McCoy in my district in Harbor City does not prove that there's an emergency, if our colleagues' contracting typhus does not mean an emergency exists, then I no longer know what a true emergency is. So with that, I want to touch on, if I can, with LASA. We introduced a motion on May 23rd requesting that LASA report back to council on the status of the live electronic shelter bed tracking system. Now, we followed up with your team on June 10th, did not hear back. So funding was made available for this back in 2017, thanks to Measure H. Yet we haven't heard any updates on it since then, and this is a major missing link, as you heard me earlier, in addressing our homeless population and getting them into a shelter as soon as possible. So what's the status of the bed tracking website or application?
So we have an app that is up and has been up for quite some time. It reflects daily updates from our providers. It does not capture the entire inventory. As I indicated, we don't have control over the entire inventory, and we don't have data from
What do we
some
need to
of the
do to get the
providers.
entire inventory?
It's persuading, individual nonprofits that are not publicly funded to participate. So we have been working with them. We have
how
added
do we
some
get
of their
around that?
inventory, but we have an app that's been up and running, and folks are using it.
And can you just share with us other ways that LOS is using technology to increase efficiencies?
So we have pushed the homeless management information system out to a very large number of new providers. We have trained folks. We implemented a new backbone for the homeless management information system, which is a complete conversion, but it allowed a person-centric approach that is much better suited to our coordinated entry system. It was a major infrastructure investment to upgrade our core backbone that we can now carry this work forward. We have been training providers. We have been building out the outreach module. So, for example, you mentioned outreach and capturing those data. We have capacity to do that with tablets out in the field. We're capturing interviews and surveys with people in the field, and we're working with our vendor to make sure that those are place stamped at the time. But we have also worked with them to allow for stamping it where they were located, so we know where that point of engagement took place in the field. So there's a lot of different uses of technology that we're implementing.
Our street teams track these contacts. Our outreach workers track these contracts
where they saw the person.
So lastly, then I'll turn it over to you, Madam President. In San Francisco, the Homeless Authority published data on how people are exiting homelessness on a monthly basis. When will the City of LA be getting something similar to that same programming so we can get these monthly updates?
So we have been working to get a set of indicators to go monthly with this fiscal year. So we think with 1920 we'll have a core set of metrics that will be including housing placements, including outreach engagements, shelter pass-through, that will be on a monthly basis for fiscal 1920.
And lastly, safe parking. Clearly, it's the lower cost solution to connect people with resources and get them into, we can debate that back and forth, get them into the coordinated entry system. So why will there only be a few sites funded countywide despite interest from churches and universities and beyond to host a safe parking site?
So I think there are a number of complexities. One is that folks indicate a desire to do it, and then they run into roadblocks going forward. There have been a number of challenges like that as we work with folks that initially express an interest, and then it turns out to be much more complex than they thought. They get pushback from congregants, they get pushback from neighbors. It also turns out that there were few providers who were interested in doing this work. So you mentioned multiple RFPs. The first RFP we put out, we didn't get any bites. So we have put out additional RFPs, RFIs that request folks to do this work. There are now more providers who are interested in doing this work, and we're learning as we go. I think one of the challenges that folks are learning is that some of the early proposals that indicated it was a real low-cost, solution and intervention, turns out that without the case management services, it does not have the same low cost. So there are some real challenges with some of the models that have been put forward. It is a relatively new intervention, so there are different ways that different communities have done it. In Los Angeles, there's a real concern about the physical security of people in these vehicles, and so we have focused on provision of security at these sites. That has increased costs significantly. Some other communities don't bother with that. I think there are some pretty significant trade-offs when you do that. But this is an intervention that looked easier than it has turned out to be in implementation. In addition, as funding has been allocated for this, it was not one of the sort of core programs that was started. There has been additional approaches to putting more money into this, but it wasn't one of the major strategies that was funded from the get-go.
Okay. Mr. Buscaino,
Last
a
year,
reminder of your time as
Can
well.
Could I speak on safe parking?
Yeah.
Just a couple points. The RFP for which LASA has received proposals now, and those are currently being evaluated, includes 8 Los Angeles County sites that were offered at no cost to bidders to propose to establish safe parking sites. We've allocated $1 million in Measure H funding in 1920. LASA has allocated $1 million in HEAP funding. We'll see what the responses are. If there are more qualified responses based on the county sites that were offered and or other sites that respondents to that RFP bring forward, then there is money currently allocated. There will be an opportunity for the city and for LASA and the county to consider whether to allocate any of the new state funding that's coming to establish additional safe parking programs. But with the money that's already allocated in that RFP, we will more than double the size of the safe parking in Los Angeles County, and we will have the largest safe parking program overall anywhere in the United States.
And I'll end again, I believe the city of LA, and even talk to my colleagues around the country, in fact, the city of Atlanta just shut down a homeless shelter. Who does that these days? And now neighboring cities are seeing the effects of it. But still, it seems like we're still doing the most out of any city in this country, and yet it still puzzles me. Though I'm not surprised, because we're not acting as if we're moving forward as if this is an emergency, that we have an uptake of 16%. And to Greg's point, Mr. Smith, mental illness is part of the comprehensive strategy as well to solve homelessness. I met Kim, who was violently shaking her head at 6 o'clock in the morning, coming home from a workout. I pulled over, met with Kim, disheveled, filthy. I said, "You're too beautiful to be out here." I called Harbor Interfaith, Sherry Weaver, mobilized, got Miss Kim into her car. An hour later, Sherry calls me and said, "Kim just fled the waiting room. She wanted no help." Well, Kim was not in the right mindset to accept the help. And this 72-hour hold is a joke. Clearly, I've seen it as a cop. I'm experiencing it now as a council member. The 72-hour 5150 hold does not work. We need longer-term care for people who need the most help, because they will not accept housing. They will not accept services if they're not in the right mind frame. So with that, the fight and the struggle continues.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. Mr. Bonnet, followed by Mr. Price, Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Cedillo, and Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam President. I should start by announcing that T Committee, which was supposed to start 3 minutes ago, is not starting at 1. I will give a preliminary announcement that it will be starting at 2, but given the way we're going, it may not be happening today at all. So we'll say 2 o'clock now, but I may be canceling it altogether. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. O'Farrell, for putting this together. I think it is extremely important for people to hear all the things that we are doing, and extremely important for people to hear all the things that are working. And I think it is extremely important for people to hear, given that people are becoming homeless faster than even at our expedited rate we are housing them. It's very important for people to hear all the different things that we really need to have done by the different levels of government. But really, our main job, let's celebrate what we're doing right. Let's acknowledge what other levels of government need to be doing. But our main job is we have to look inward, and we have to figure out what more we can do and what we can do faster. I think it's important to acknowledge that we are now, right now in this room, in the most dense concentration of people who are satisfied with the way things are going, or who are sanguine about what has happened so far. Most of Los Angeles sounds just like Mr. Buscaino did a minute ago. Housed people and unhoused people just don't think we're moving fast enough. Some amazing things have finally started happening, but 7 safe parking lots, 3 bridge stuff, that's 94 jobs. That's not, given the scale of this crisis, something to really crow about. That should be the foundation. And To my mind, there's a couple things we need to be focusing on. One is completely unsexy. It will never get anybody a headline, but it's the slow, focused work of figuring out where the roadblocks are in our current system. Because there are recurring roadblocks, and some of them are the ones we talk about all the time. It's too costly to do this, it's too slow to do this. But, a few years ago, we were finding in Venice that the service providers were unable to talk to the fire department about people they were serving in common. But in Santa Monica, they could. We worked with the city attorney's office, and eventually we ironed that out. That removed a roadblock. We found out a lot that a lot of people to access certain state programs had to have 2 forms of ID. So we worked with a couple of our state legislators who helped expedite that a bit. There are a million different roadblocks, and part of what I would encourage you and all the service providers to do is do not sort of acknowledge, yeah, this is just one of the chronic roadblocks, that's why we haven't housed people. Yep. Identify what the top 10 or 20 of them are, and come to us and say, we need your help removing these, because those do make a difference. One of the top ones I hear about is people say they've met an outreach worker, they can't get a hold of them again. Mm-hmm. The voicemail is full, or they've taken another job. We have this nice LA Hop app where people can call and report a homeless person. We need an app where someone who's homeless can interact with someone, can maybe start to begin to enter themselves into the CES system, do some self-entry. When I have an issue with my kid and the doctor, the UCLA app, medical app on my phone, we're back and forth. Instead of having to reach a clogged voicemail, somebody could have a message on the app with the service provider, hey, I'll meet you at the corner of Venice and Centinela at 3 o'clock. We need to identify the roadblocks. The other thing, though, that's pretty clear to me, though, is we need, for lack of a better term, we need to have the same approach that FDR had with the New Deal. He did a ton of stuff. He was bold and he was experimental, and a lot of it failed. And we don't need to be doing a safe parking program for a year and then doing an RFP and looking at another model. We should be doing 5 different damn models now. I mean, we should be doing that with everything. And we are still, to my mind, wedded to one solution at a time. I don't get yelled at as much as I used to for saying that we should be doing something other than PSH, but I still get some dirty looks from folks. But we need to be doing things other than PSH. And I do not agree, Mr. Ansel, although I respect the work you're doing, that interim housing is necessarily neither fast nor cheap. I'm not going to list 40 different potential solutions, but one I have talked about, as Mr. Koretz acknowledged, is shared housing. Shared housing is fast, and it is cheap. And I had been banging my head on the desk and my fist on the table for about 4 years talking about it. And ideas like that, which don't fit into our usual process and our narrow parameter, has to get to the front of the line. And I'm constantly baffled by how the bureaucracies of government and the social service agencies sort of cough it back up. There are agencies that can get people off the street tonight or tomorrow, and we're wedded to processes that takes months. And if there's one thing I could encourage, and I'm going to continue to push for, is that we get shared housing more into the mix. In some cases, it's long-term housing. In some cases, it's interim housing. But it's somebody off the damn street tonight. And I'm constantly baffled by the pushback. Can anybody illuminate for me why that is the case, given the extent of this crisis?
We use shared housing extensively. I mean, it is one of the primary modes that people get housed through Raptor Housing and through the other permanent housing intervention that I mentioned. That is, and frankly, that is effectively LA's low-income housing strategy: is lots and lots of people sharing housing and people overcrowded in the inventory that we have. That is the approach we've taken. We use it extensively. I think you're right that there are models of shared housing that are better looked at as a short-term intervention or interim housing, and there are models that are more durable. And I think, thinking about it in that framework is the right way to think about it.
There is a tremendous gap between these documents that we approve and the reality out on the street. There's a tremendous gap between what I think the upper echelons of the city, the county, LASA, understand is happening and what's actually happening out on the streets. And I'll tell you, most of the agencies in SPA 5 are not offering someone shared housing when they could get them off the street right away. They're waiting. They're waiting months. I told you, I got a couple, 7 months in a safe parking lot outside my office. They haven't been offered anything. They haven't even been entered into the CES system. Something's wrong with that. I mean, that's supposed to be a faster intervention than that. And I'll close by just noting two things. The most illuminating thing that I got from the presentation, having gone through this a few times, was the stat that Mr. Lynn was talking about. That 23% of the people that we found homeless were homeless for the first time in 2018. And that another 40% of them are experiencing their first time homeless, and they became homeless before 2018.
That's right.
That to me is like the system is clogged. People are becoming homeless and we're not getting them out fast enough. People who are chronically homeless, harder to get them out, more expensive to get them out, probably takes longer. Get it. But we need to be catching people as soon as they fall out of the pipeline and trying to move them faster. Safe parking done right can help with that if it's not just a parking place but a step into something. The bridge housing can do that if it's paired with RJ, rapid rehousing, and shared housing. Shared housing as a solution in and of itself can do that. And what I find too often, both articulated in institutional formats and even on the front lines, is the idea that a lot of people are drowning and we can't throw them a life preserver because we're waiting for an actual lifeboat. Or we can't throw them a rope or give them a raft because the lifeboat is the preferred intervention. And we got 60,000 people drowning. We need to put whatever we can into the water to pull them out.
Thank you, Mr. Bonin.
Thank you.
Mr. Price, followed by Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Cedillo, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to just thank the panel for the very thoughtful presentation and your commitment to this issue, to the chair, Mr. Farrell, for bringing this to us today, the mayor's leadership, of course, and Council President Wesson for their leadership in getting us to this point today. Every day it feels like we're losing the battle. Feels like we're losing the battle. High rents, low-paying jobs, NIMBYism, ineffective policies at the federal and state level. And while, yes, we have made some substantial headway in determining some of the root causes of the biggest crisis of our generation, the headlines don't lie. The headlines are still saying more people are becoming homeless. More people are becoming homeless. Widely publicized today, of course, that homelessness is up 16% in the city. Well, in my district, it's up almost twice that. Almost twice that. Yeah. We can't spend our way or build our way out of this catastrophe. There is a common perception if we have enough money, we can kind of solve that problem, and I think most of us in this room know that that's not the case. It's going to take a lot more to undo the harm of what's been decades in making. I think it's clear that we must have an action plan that addresses homelessness from all angles, and it takes into account people with different backgrounds and different circumstances. To stop the bleeding, we must be proactive, not reactive. Now more than ever, I think it's important that we look at the data that helps us show when someone is on the verge of becoming homeless. I think we have to closely examine the work of organizations like Public Policy Lab so that we can become better informed on what the dynamics are. And so I'm going to be introducing a motion with Council President Wesson today that would use data to better prevent people from falling into situations around homelessness. Members, let me just highlight something that happened in CD9 last week, and really is happening all over the city. Just last Friday, we evacuated and helped to relocate more than 30 individuals who were living in a South LA property that was zoned for commercial use. Inside the building were children, families, elderly folks, citizens with disabilities, even a pregnant woman who felt they had no other choice but to live in inhumane conditions. There was no running water, no electricity, garbage was piled high, roaches, mice. They were thriving in a location where no one should be permitted. I've got some pictures I want to share with my colleagues. But people are paying rent to an unscrupulous individual who, at this very moment, has multiple locations where he's taking money and not paying the bills. It sickens me to know that this kind of behavior is going on. But I refuse to throw up my hands in despair, and so I'm going to be introducing another motion that seeks to better coordinate the efforts to shut down nuisance properties, police, fire, zoning, etc. We have an obligation and responsibility to do all we can do. Madam President, if you'll just give me a minute, I'd like to show a quick video that will highlight some of the issues that my staff encountered.
They gave us shelter. We wasn't sleeping in our car or sleeping downtown no more, you know. And a lot of people, they had their kids, they would come here, and it was, you know, safety. Even though after he didn't do anything, we all tried to work together to, you know, keep it up, but we couldn't because he cut the lights off, he cut the gas off.
Imelda Glaspie and her husband were homeless, but moved into this building a year and a half ago and would pay rent to their landlord who lived next door. We went with Glaspie to track down her landlord, but were unsuccessful.
He ain't paid the water and gas on this building. Pastor Shepherd! The pastor would take the money and not fix anything. I knew they was gonna come sooner or later. I was just waiting for him to come. And Pastor Shepherd, he waiting. He just every day, every week, he coming by, bringing pies and asking for his rent.
We can't tolerate this kind of situation for anybody, any place, anywhere. And it's just, it's embarrassing, it's a heartbreak, and it's just unbelievable that these kind of conditions are existing here in our city.
City agencies, including LASA and social services, along with Councilmember Price's office, coordinated Friday's operation meant to relocate the tenants to a safer home. By Friday afternoon, belongings had been cleared and the windows boarded up.
The important thing is that these residents are now going to have a much safer place to live, and this building will get cleaned out, and if it changes its zoning, its use, then perhaps it will be used for residences in the future.
And some social workers are still here waiting for all of the residents to return home. Now, temporary housing has been secured so far for 30 people.
30 people, members and friends, residents, men, women, children, seniors, disabled, even a pregnant woman in that situation. In closing, I'm proud to salute my colleagues who are stepping up to the battle, stepping up to the plate, providing vital resources needed to address their homeless constituents. In my district, I've authorized the construction of more than 400 permanent supportive housing units with the support of staff. We've implemented mobile showers, mobile pit stops, safe parking, but we got to do more. We got to do more. Before I close, let me just give a shout out to Councilman Bonin and his advocacy for shared facilities. I think Shared LA is an exciting model. It's a sustainable solution that we all should be supporting because we can do it now and do it quickly. And it's something that I want to be expanding in CD9. I think it's kind of one of the creative solutions that we need to look at if we're serious about trying to come up with a comprehensive solution to these issues. I do have one question that I'd like to pose to LASA. How does LASA conduct outreach to homeless families of mixed immigration status situations? Those who might be reluctant to provide sensitive information about their status, their wherewithal. Do we have any special programs sort of targeting these mixed immigration status families in our districts?
So we have avoided capturing information with regard to immigration status for the last several years. So we had initially incorporated within the intake for HMIS questions that could tend to indicate whether a person had legal residency status. We took the approach that it might be unsafe for people if we had that data and could be subject to, for example, a federal subpoena or other inquiry into our management system. So we took the approach that the safest approach for those families and individuals was to remove those questions and remove that data from our system. So we do not ask, and we do not have a way of knowing legal immigration status for people such that we would be unable to comply with any demand for that information. Now, we do work with people, and the services that we have, by and large, are open to people with who are of mixed status or undetermined residency status. There are specific housing programs that require federal eligibility, and those do require, there are certain programs that require that, so we wouldn't refer people into Section 8 programs, but we don't ask folks. We do have bilingual, outreach staff, and we work very closely to make sure that we're trying to connect with folks and get to people who are maybe more in the shadows than others.
In addition to staff, you might also want to engage other community-based organizations,
yes,
immigrant rights organizations that are on the ground, who have relationships and who are doing a lot of that work already.
Yes, right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield.
Madam President, Mr. O'Farrell, thank you so much for bringing this forward. It's a really good discussion that we're having, and I appreciate all that you all are doing at the table and the comprehensive nature of this problem. It's immense. But I also share my colleagues' frustration in that we're just not moving fast enough, and this is an emergency, and we need to figure out any barrier we can remove and throw everything in the kitchen sink at this problem. So I'm 100% on board with anything we can do toward that end. I do understand how it is different than some other emergencies. Like, people say, why aren't we treating this like an earthquake? And I think about that because I was the point person for the earthquake in my district. But there are a few differences. One, when the earthquake hit, we got a $14 billion federal funding to help us get out from under that earthquake. And that was into basically one congressional district. And not only haven't we seen $14 billion from the federal government, we are seeing less and less money. We have a president who, for the last several years, in his budget, has said he wants to eliminate the CDBG entirely. Congress has stood up to that, and we've gotten some CDBG money, but the federal aid is not there, and I think that's important, and Mr. O'Farrell mentioned that. And the state aid, a lot of that has been cut, certainly since the CRA committed suicide as an entity. We've lost a lot of money there. But other differences, the other big difference between an earthquake and this crisis is that in an earthquake, the earth stops shaking, and you can move from triage to recovery. In this crisis, the earth hasn't stopped shaking. And so I understand the difficulty because we have to balance. We can't not do the triage. It's critically important, but we also have to focus on the recovery. So it is very different than those kind of crises. And it's also very different than an earthquake in the sense that there is prevention. It's very hard to prevent an earthquake, but there are so many things that we can do to spend money to help prevent the crisis from getting worse, and we need to be focusing on those things as well. Just a couple other comments and then some questions. I mean, I completely associate myself with the comments about shared housing. I think that is a critical element to this. and the idea of harnessing our technology. I know we have some apps that do some good things, but ultimately we need to have a virtual resource center so that, right now, when any one of us approaches someone who's homeless, it's very difficult to get them the services that they need, or you take them to a location where there's some services, but there's no one command center that's that can be accessed virtually that I know of. That could, LA Hop is great, and we're making major progress, but I would love to have the power in the palm of our hand to access all city services and county services. And I don't know, I guess I'll turn that into a question. How far off are we from being able to do something like that, and can that become a priority for us?
Yeah.
The county has allocated $1.5 million for technology applications, and we're preparing the procurement now. And one of those will be for what you've described, Councilman, as a virtual resource center. It will be a centralized portal which both people experiencing homelessness and people who are assisting people experiencing homelessness, case managers or outreach workers, for example, will be able to access.
And when will that be up and running?
Well, we haven't gone to procurement yet, so it'll be, I would think it would be at least a year before we would have it actually functional.
Well, anything we can do, and as a city, if we can help fund that and expedite it, because I can't tell you how many times I come across someone who says, I'm trying to help this person, they come to my shop, et cetera, and I don't know where to go for the resources.
Yeah.
And we get the lots of workers out there, but that's only so much. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, I would argue that in the meantime, the coordinated entry system really is a huge, or has been a huge step in that direction, in the sense that prior to having a coordinated system for assessing people, for assessing what kinds of services they need, and then also having the services themselves a part of that system, we shifted the burden onto ourselves of making sure that we have a way of matching people to the resources that they need, as opposed to people themselves needing to do their own research and get on separate waiting lists. And I'm just saying, in the meantime, I think that's a huge step towards that, as far as prior to having this portal.
And I don't want to diminish that. That was a quantum leap, getting the coordinated entry system in terms of being able to do this. Really, and not to diminish that at all, that is amazing. It's just we have that next step we can see that could dramatically help us scale. Because part of the problem we have is scaling. All of our solutions, how do you scale them at an appropriate cost? And I guess I wanted to speak to that question as well. The cost. How do we, one of the things that's holding us back is the cost of housing. It seems every time we put public dollars on the housing, the cost goes up. $519,000 per door is a tremendous amount. How do we break that cost down?
Well, Councilman, that has been the prevailing question for some time now, and I've read 15 different reports that have been prepared from across the country in the last 6 months just on different thoughts as to what the drivers are, but not necessarily one specific solution. There's labor, there's the material, the land. Those are the primaries. And then certainly with affordable housing, supportive housing development, there's additional layers. Typically when we finance projects, there's multiple layers of financing with that, anywhere from 5 to 7 different, 10 different sources of monies, because we're trying to leverage. With that come legal services. So it's a variety of soft costs that we need to address. So, we're part of the $120 million initiative, this RFP. We're looking for different, more cost-effective, quicker ways to produce. So we're thinking perhaps that may be yield some solutions to this. So there's not one size fits all, and you understand that.
I agree, and I hope so. And there are some innovative solutions I know that are out there, like Flyaway Homes, which doesn't use any of our dollars. But on the 120, in fact, there's one in my district where we're trying to actually purchase a building that exists and turn that into housing. So I think that's going to be a big deal when that gets done. When is the $120 million Triple H challenge going to be scored?
The proposal date was this week, so we anticipate probably 45 days to review those proposals and start going through the approval process thereafter with a set of recommendations.
Okay. And then another question. For a long time, we've only had federal funding for folks who are chronically homeless, and the city began funding rapid rehousing. The idea was that those funds would be used for low acuity individuals. And that required that folks who needed just minimum assistance to get back into housing. I've heard a number of times that the shift has taken place and that we're just moving to the higher acuity folks. Has that shift taken place, and what's the reasoning behind it, and how do we deal with the lower acuity folks that we may be able to prevent from falling into homeless?
Well, there's two parts, and I'll address it from the permanent housing perspective, because we actually have three different tranches for clients to serve, and that's low income, they're on the verge of becoming homeless individuals, and then those that are chronic homeless. And varying on the developer that we work with, we'll get anywhere from 100% chronic to 50%. So at the very least, with HHH dollars, we require a minimum of 50% of those units to be housing homeless individuals, and then 50% of that for chronic. And the portfolio that I provided details on earlier this morning, approximately 80% of all of the units that we're financing are for homeless individuals. As it relates to 80% are set aside for homeless individuals.
At this point, there's no specific targeting criteria for acuity for rapid rehousing. So it is used for high acuity folks, it's used for mid acuity folks, and it's used for low acuity folks. There was a recommendation from the Coordinated Entry Systems Policy Council to prioritize for those who are in the lowest of the high acuity tranche, because those are the folks most likely to progress to deep vulnerability on the street, and the group that we could actually, if we focused the resources that are available, by and large funded through Measure H, for rapid rehousing for single adults on that acuity group, we could meet their needs, whereas there's essentially just no possibility of meeting the needs of the rest of the acuity groups. That proposal met with a lot of public discussion. There's a lot of concern about it. We're taking it back for additional analysis and discussion with the Coordinated Entry System Policy Council to look at what prioritization recommendations should be. There may be the fundamental facts are there's not enough rapid housing for anybody. I think if we looked at the housing gaps analysis that Phil referenced, there were 9,000 units of rapid housing that we were missing here in order to address just sort of a regular need, let alone a backlog. And it does turn out to be a successful intervention for higher acuity folks. So when we looked at the outcomes for people of higher acuity, they did as well as the other acuity scores. There's a thinking that if we could address those needs, those are the people most likely to become the highest vulnerability folks if left without any kind of housing resource. But I think, to your point, there is a lot of, fundamentally, I think people associate it with a tool for lower acuity people. Turns out to be effective for all acuity groups, but I understand the central framing of it was it's a low acuity intervention. At this point, there is no acuity prioritization for rapid rehousing, and it is something that's under discussion, just because of the mismatch between the number of people who could use an intervention of that kind and the resource that's available.
It comes down to we don't have the resource available, and as was mentioned, Mr. Bonin talked about having a couple in their car for a long time.
Right.
A lot of times it's those low acuity folks who are homeless that we could most get them back into the pipeline. But because the problem is so big and we end up spending the money appropriately, but on the high acuity folks, sometimes to the exclusion of these low acuity folks, and then they keep remaining in the numbers, and the numbers keep growing. So I don't have the solution to it. I hear what you're saying about it.
At this point, the providers are making their own decisions as to how to target and prioritize by acuity, and their decisions are across the board. So it is being used in a flexible approach right now.
Another topic on sort of geographic dispersal of some of these funds. I really want to see more of these funds spent in the West Valley, and it's been very difficult to get projects out into the West Valley, not because of big community opposition, although we have that like we have in everywhere, but because the proposals aren't coming as much. And in particular, I'm worried about the Triple H money right now because we're running, it used to be you get them all. Now you're going to score the proposals that are coming in and only fund the ones with a high score. So tell me what the solution is here. We have, for example, we have one project that's now in that queue in my district for 80 units that, I'm not saying, I guess I'm going to use it as an example. I'm not asking you to speak to the specific project because that wouldn't be appropriate. But it's in an area that hasn't seen a lot of the Triple H dollars. However, we try to do this advantage by saying high resource area versus low resource area. It's technically in a low resource area, so it will not be advantaged as a high resource area because although it's in the West Valley, it's in an area that has the poverty indexes and everything else. But it's unlike a lot of other parts of the city, a lot of the poverty in the West Valley is in pockets. So it's surrounded by higher resource areas, but it's in a low resource area. So I'm worried that projects like the one I'm referring to will not score high enough, and then this will continue the trend of not having the funds spread out geographically enough to serve our homeless across the board.
Well, I appreciate the question, and I think it's important for people that are watching or listening is that the city does not control where developers choose to acquire land to develop affordable housing or supportive housing in the city of LA. In as much as that we in the past, through prior policies, working with mayor and council to create incentives for developers to invest in high resource areas, it has not netted necessarily the outcome that we were hoping for. And I can't speak to the specific area you're speaking to, Councilman, but I can tell you that just because we are near the end of HHH resources now does not mean that we are going to stop investing. So we've got to continue to look at different ways to be able to incent developers to acquire parcels of land and develop in other parts of the city beyond just your traditional lower cost areas, which has been the case. And it's in our duty to further fair housing across the region as best we can, and we need to create those incentives for those developers as need be. So we're happy to sit down with the council offices and just figure out different ways to incent and certainly work with the developers as well to try to figure out different ways to approach it.
And in this case,
I'm
we
going to
have...
remind you of your time, sir.
Okay, thank you. In this case, we have an option in the sense that we're creating the scoring of this Triple H money. So I guess I'm putting it out there. Please look at this as an issue when you create the scoring criteria, because we can score higher Triple H projects that are not close to other Triple H projects that are in lower concentration, not just high resource area versus low resource area, because for this particular project that won't work. But looking at, okay, this is a project and there's nothing within a radius of it, so maybe we increase its score. So I'll just put that out there, and I know my time is run out, so I guess I have some other questions, but I'll hold those. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Cedillo, followed by Mr. Weezer and Mr. Koretz.
Madam Chair, thank you for the generosity you've showed today with the allotment of time for all the speakers. Let me begin. I see this as two problems here. One is a question of prevention of homelessness, and then the other is a question that has to do with the production of housing product and shelter for those who are homeless. On the question of prevention, we have this challenge that covenants that were signed with the CRA and other entities some time back are now expiring, and there will be 10,000 people who will be stressed, and it's already been indicated that poverty and the inability to pay rent is one of the major factors of pushing people out. That's why we have people experiencing first-time homelessness. And so I think we need to be very focused and vigilant over that, and that we need to have a strategy that responds to that. In Sacramento, Jim Beal has written legislation, SB 5. It's a replacement for the CRA, but with a specific focus on affordable housing and workforce development. That is distinct from the previous approaches with the CRA, and I think it's something that merits our support. We need to focus the combined resources of the county and the city, our delegations from this region on Sacramento, on the governor for a signature. So that's one on the prevention, because we've seen that for all the Herculean efforts that have taken place, all the placements, all the developments, et cetera, we are losing ground, and so we cannot continue to do that. The second part, and I was glad to hear some of my colleagues talk about this question of development, is how we build more housing stock. And one of them is that we just need to streamline development. We need to, make it faster, make it easier, not make it as challenging. One of the things before us, and I'm disappointed that planning is not here, is that we don't have a site plan review, that we don't raise that number so we don't have to review every entity to the nth degree during this moment of crisis and emergency. We need to hire more people in the city of Los Angeles, I'll say that, at every place. I mean, we don't have enough people. We don't have a capacity to handle this problem and manage this problem around the clock. The windows of planning should be open all day long, and they should be staffed completely with people to move the process forward. I mean, if somebody wants to come and build housing in the city of LA that's affordable, we should have the doors open for them 24/7. And somebody should be there, and somebody should be able to come and move those products. I took a call yesterday from a person advocating for a development of all these homes, and it can't move it. There's no response. We failed to backfill the staffing from the recession. We've got a nice healthy reserve, but we failed to fill the staffing from the recession, and so jobs aren't getting done, whether it's in the Department of Sanitation and picking up trash, or whether it's in staffing planning and making sure, or whether HCID has a full staff to go out and do the jobs that they do. We need to be fully staffed. Let me also suggest that I mentioned planning. There are things that take place like CEQA abuse. As soon as I got here to the city council, there was a project that was presented to me. 80 units of affordable housing, 3 city parking lots. It had a developer with a rich record of developing. It was ready to go. We had a negative declaration. Somebody filed a CEQA. It tied up the money of the developer. He went underwater. His other project went underwater. And now they won. So they got a CEQA review, and guess what? We got 3 parking lots. No housing. And yet in that area of town, there's more homelessness. Our numbers are up, and they're up in the residential areas. And people are wondering why. It's because, Dan Wright, I believe, is the attorney. He comes in and he just files a claim for $800. And now we have more people on the streets. That's not what CEQA was designed for. Whether it's Dan Wright or whether it's unions or whoever it is, CEQA is designed to protect our environment, not as a weapon or a tool to stop development that will house people. On the other part of more production is the utilization of existing product. We have public buildings that need to be open. I lament this all the time. Restrooms, we have pools, libraries, parks that should be open 24/7. I was very disappointed to talk to the head of the state parks here in the region this week with a meeting of stakeholders where he said, well, we're locking up our restrooms. They didn't like the activity of the restrooms. They said, why don't you just put an attendant in there and monitor the restrooms? But the restrooms shouldn't be locked up. People's needs don't stop simply because you lock the restroom. Their abuses of the place doesn't stop simply because you lock the restroom. That gets taken into neighborhoods and communities. And so those buildings, the restrooms should be open around the clock. At our pools, we should open them up. They have locker rooms, they have showers, they have restrooms. It's all there. It's already built. We don't need $300,000. $300,000, we could staff it year-round. So we need to do that. We need to look at our libraries, look at other buildings that we can segregate the areas so that they can utilize them in ways that are appropriate. Then we need to look at our experiences. We look for private buildings. I don't think I favor private buildings, bricks and mortar, over some of the other stuff. We worked with the mission. Within months, we were able to transform a building. It's called Casa Azul. Now we have a shelter for women, 2 floors, 18 beds, 5 families upstairs. We're very proud of it. We penciled it out, same costs. It doesn't cost more to buy blue paint versus white paint, to buy green tile versus white tile. It's all the same, but yet we were able to create something that we're very proud of. And we need to look at that. Yesterday, we met with a person who's got a building, 8th and Garland. We're anxious to go in there and partner with him. He's willing to partner with the city so that we can build a shelter and get those tents off a very dangerous strip right there where 8th and 9th converge. You know, where we're looking at, and we have a list for our district, and I think the city needs to create this same type of inventory, but there are abandoned and blighted buildings, some homes from the recession, others for different reasons are abandoned or blighted. We need to look at those, and then we need to do this, emulate the same experiences. We need to redo them so that we can house people in them. It makes no sense to have buildings, whether they're in shopping malls, whether they're in the community, wherever they are, whether they're other buildings, we need to look at them so that we can do the tenant improvement, make them habitable, and then put them to use. We're doing that in our district, and I think that's one of the things we need to do. Finally, let me say that I was also around Mr. Bloomingfield 1994 earthquake, and it's extraordinary what we're able to do. And we need to approach this because this is a 24/7 crisis for our city, for our region. We need to approach it as an emergency as it is, and we need to pull our resources together and take advantage of that. We built freeways that went down within a year, but only because I was very fortunate. Mr. Mazzell, you remember this, working with the unions, that the unions came in, the mayor, Governor Wilson, Mayor Reardon, county supervisors, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, all came in and worked together. The unions came in, worked around the clock, and we were able to bring this region back together. We had 125,000 people homeless after the earthquake. And then we took that moment once it stopped and to put everybody back in place. We need to approach it in the same way. We need to declare the state of emergency because, frankly, that's what it is. It's made by us, and we have the ability to make that declaration and to resolve this problem. We ourselves. We are the leaders that we've been looking for. Thank you very much.
Mr. Weezar.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank all of you for your presentation today. It's great to see that, as was summarized in some of the comments that were made by our presenters, that we are doing much more, yet the problem is getting worse. On the city side, it's true, we're doing a lot more. In my 12, 13-year tenure on council, our approach to homelessness when I first got on council in 05, 06 was that's Skid Row's problem. You know, put it in Skid Row. And we were following a policy, actually, albeit unofficially, the containment policy from the 80s that all homeless services, if someone needs services, you take them downtown. And quite frankly, we know that that policy doesn't work anymore because out of sight, out of mind doesn't help the individual. You cannot have so much density of this proportion of a problem in the humanitarian crisis that we see all in one area and not pay attention to it. So to some respect, the irony of having it spread out throughout the city, throughout the county, is that we're putting more attention to it. And now the city is doing more. But it's not going at the pace that we would like, as we've heard from some of my other colleagues. I agree with my colleagues who have mentioned that this should be treated like an emergency. We should declare a state of emergency, particularly for Skid Row, where we have 2,000 people living on the streets, sleeping on the streets every night, and you can't find that anywhere else in the country. I've been advocating for the city to declare an emergency for some time now as a representative of the area, where I spend quite a bit of time out there and seeing the humanitarian crisis that we have. I've asked, why can't we set up a triage-like response, go to close down streets, for God's sake, take people in, give them medical attention, use some of those Measure H dollars and get them into services. And we're short on our shelter beds, but there are other ways I'm sure we could take in a number of those individuals and not have a out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach anymore. And although now that we have all these dollars, we shouldn't be taking that approach any longer for Skid Row now that we do have these dollars. Skid Row and downtown have suffered much longer than the rest of the city and the county. And we cannot continue to just have the same old approach without the urgency this deserves. So I just wanted to underline that I am all for declaring an emergency, state of emergency. get a FEMA-type response out to Skid Row. It deserves it. The people who live there deserve it. Secondly, the mental health piece is also one that has concerned me, particularly with respect to downtown. I suspect that although we say we have about 24% of our population have mental health issues, in downtown I would suspect that number is larger. And that is because anecdotally, I see that people who are brought to downtown for services cannot get the services they're looking for, so they end up wandering around downtown. And if you have a mental health issue, you're not going to go and get the services you need, but just live out on the street. And having a mental health issue per se does not mean you will be violent, but left untreated, you do become violent sometimes. And I hear often from constituents that they're just randomly attacked sometimes, or we see naked people running down the street. Now we know, and it was stated by Mr. Smith, how our mental health system is broken in the state. We emptied out our mental health hospitals in the 70s and 80s, and now it's tough also to get people the medical attention they need when the state does not want to change the definition of gravely disabled that would allow us to give people the treatment they deserve. We've set such a high bar in the state of California to commit people when we should be committing more people so that we don't have them out on the streets fending for themselves and ultimately dying on our streets. So we know the mental health system is broken, and that's a long-term root cause that we have to fix. But in the interim, if we could treat the symptoms, that could go a long way. One of the things I was taken aback about was when I visited the county and mental health to see what we're doing a few years ago, is that I asked, well, if we see somebody on the street who has a mental health issue, and right now what we do is call the police, 72-hour hold, they're released again. That, roundabout is just not working. And I asked, how many people do we have out there with mental health expertise to go out there? And I think we just had a handful that could provide that type of service. I'm just wondering, Mr. Ansel, if that has changed now with Measure H. This was pre-Measure H dollars. So I'm just wondering if we've increased the number of people who could go out there and not have citizens or residents have to call law enforcement to treat what is a mental health issue when we see that on the street.
Councilman, we have the county has a program called the mental health evaluation teams, which pair a mental health professional with a specially trained law enforcement representative, and a portion of calls that go to 911 are then the second response, but still emergent response, is by the mental health evaluation team. And the county has substantially expanded those number of MET teams countywide, and that involves partnership with all of the law enforpement agencies.
So all the law enforcement agencies, including LAPD, or is that's just the county portion, the unincorporated areas?
No, that includes the MET teams. I'm almost certain exist countywide. They are not funded, however, with Measure H. In addition, we have the biggest portion of Measure H funding supporting the countywide outreach system is supporting really path-breaking multidisciplinary teams. These are outreach teams which include a mental health professional, a registered nurse, and a substance abuse professional, as well as someone with lived experience and a case manager. And with Measure H, we are funding 36 such multidisciplinary teams countywide, and there are several more funded through other sources.
Okay, thank you. And those are outreach teams. My point being that while we so desperately need to provide more hospital space for people with mental health symptoms, we've got to change the definition of gravely disabled so that we could admit more people who need the help. In the interim, we need more people out there that we could call upon. I think those are outreach teams, but if somebody in downtown right now, for example, sees somebody exhibit erratic behavior because of a mental health issue, it's not an outreach team. There's no place to call, and we're going to continue. We have to fix that process where we just call LAPD, in our case, and probably get an outreach team to go out there, and they're out within 72 hours again. I think that's a discussion we need to have about how do we get out of this evolving door type of procedures that we have created, and also sometimes the lack of response because from our mental health individuals who can provide that support out in the street and have those teams out there. Anyway, that's a point to discuss. And lastly, we adopted our comprehensive strategic plan with a housing first policy. We wanted to provide more permanent supportive housing. That was our priority. We immediately went to pass Measure HHH so that we had the funding to provide more permanent supportive housing. Our mayor said, now it's time to provide more shelter beds so that we provide that interim housing while we build more permanent supportive housing. And we built about 600 or so, or provided 600 beds. Most of that was done through Measure H. It's my understanding now that that funding will no longer be available for future shelter beds that we planned. Is that accurate, or is that not accurate?
So let me address the county's commitment with respect to both permanent supportive housing and bridge housing sites together that was raised previously in Councilman O'Farrell's comments. So with respect to permanent supportive housing, as was mentioned earlier, there's a memorandum of understanding between the county, the city, and HACLA, where the county has committed to provide the ongoing intensive case management services for people in Triple H built permanent supportive housing and other new permanent supportive housing built by the city of Los Angeles. With respect to the bridge housing, as I mentioned, the county committed as part of the fiscal year 18-19 Measure H funding allocations to close the gap in 100% of the gap in interim housing identified by the most recent loss of gaps analysis, which was 3,250 additional beds. And as I mentioned in my opening presentation, system-wide we added in the course of this fiscal year 2,888 beds, and will reach 4,558 additional interim housing beds by the end of the fiscal year, which means that interim housing will be better resourced than any other aspect of the homeless service delivery system in Los Angeles County. The city's action has been to establish bridge housing sites for 3 years per site, and the county has committed to fund 600 of those beds for that 3-year period.
So as we move forward, I think the city is going to have to find a new source of funding for those shelter beds. And on top of us not only saying they're quite expensive to put up as it is, what we're hearing today is that we
got to wrap it up.
Going to have to find a new source of funding for future bridge home shelter beds.
That's correct. As we reported, and I apologize, I didn't introduce myself before.
Sure.
Meg Barclay, City Homeless Coordinator in the CAO's office. We have more than 1,800 beds that are currently in the pipeline, and so that we're going to have to find additional funding for 1,200 additional beds, but in addition to the $10 per bed per night that is subsidizing the Measure H commitment to the 600 beds.
And what's the county partnership on that? We no longer are going to have a county partnership for those future beds. I just want to make that clear.
That's correct, because if we provided more Measure H funding for those beds, then we would reduce the number of people able to move in permanent housing, because we would have to take money out of rapid rehousing, out of supportive housing, out of prevention, or out of outreach in order to do that. And therefore, the area where we can certainly partner is to try to increase the number of people who are moving from interim housing into permanent housing. And I would suggest that, particularly given the high capital costs of establishing particularly temporary interim housing sites, we may be able to achieve better outcomes by increasing the flow of people out of existing interim housing.
Thank you. Last point, we're going to have a shortage on funding provided for shelters, and that is our immediate need and focus right now. We have a plan for long-term housing, but Mr. O'Farrell, I'd love to take this up in your committee, and thank you, Mr. O'Farrell and Mr. Wesson for bringing this to a full council committee so that we have these types of conversations. They're very valuable to all of us. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bonin for a quick announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to announce that the T committee for today will be canceled.
Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Weezer, thank you for reminding us of the fact that in your district, you've had some of the highest concentrations of unsheltered individuals, particularly in Skid Row. But I also want to remind the council that when I first got here 6 years ago, we were also only building permanent supportive housing and affordable housing in about 5 or 6 districts, which were made up of communities of color. So I think we've all evolved. And we all have to acknowledge that homeless individuals are in every square inch of our city, and we all have to do our part, and I think we're trying to do that. But I want to go back to the CAO's Comprehensive Housing Strategy Report. In that report, it states that 45% of our families were able to successfully retain their housing, compared to the 94% in our second quarterly report. So why did we see this drastic drop in being able to keep families housed? And what are you doing to ensure that families who are at the brink of homelessness don't end up on the streets?
Thank you for asking that question, and I'm glad you noticed that statistic. That was
Oh, no,
actually an
it's
error
right
in the
here.
report, and we're going to have corrected data for the next QPR. But that was an error in the data that was provided by LASA that didn't get corrected in time for the
So
report
this was
to go
an
out.
error in your report?
Yes, that number is an error.
So
And
what
that-
is the real number? The number that you're going to actually
I
report
don't
on?
know it off the top of my head right now. LASA is going back and
My
finding
question, sir, is the same. What is HCID doing to prevent our families that are in the brink of homelessness? How are we preventing these families from ending up homeless and on our streets? What are we doing for families and children?
Peter, the prevention for families and children?
So we have prevention funds through Measure Age. They do not meet the need. I just want to be candid with that. There are many families that present, like as I indicated in my report, we've seen twice as many families in crisis this year as we saw last year. We work to triage families as appropriately as possible. We try to divert folks out of the crisis system. We try to get folks connected back with family, and we use prevention dollars to prevent those from becoming immediately homeless. But the dollars, while they are extremely helpful for the folks that they can reach, they don't cover the entire demand for prevention services. So part of the challenge is that prevention needs to cover a broad array of things. Housing affordability obviously is a long-term and core goal, but interventions, we are partnering with the family source centers, working with families that may be approaching crisis and providing those kinds of interventions. We're working to infuse what I described earlier as our problem-solving interventions and some flexible funding there to help prevent families from hitting the crisis. And then we work very closely with our regionally distributed family solution centers to ensure that they're meeting the needs of families that present in crisis.
So I just want to make it very clear. If we're not doing everything humanly possible to prevent kids from living in motels and living in an RV or in a car, then we have failed. If we're not figuring out how to make those folks a priority, children and families from ending up on our streets, then we are doing something wrong. And so I just want to make sure we emphasize that. If you don't have the enough resources, then what are the resources that it's going to take to make sure that kids don't end up living in the vehicle of their parents? Yeah. What are we doing? Yeah. It's bad enough we have 60,000 people living in our streets, but the priority also needs to be families and children to make sure that they don't end up in that situation to begin with. The other thing I want to point out that outlines in your report is the adults exiting bridge housing. You state that 32% they've exited to permanent housing. So what does that translate to? What is 32%? What's that number look like? And what's happened to the other 68% of individuals that are exiting bridge housing? Are we making sure that we stay connected to them? And who are these individuals? Is that statistic wrong as well?
No.
Okay.
So of the 34% are exiting bridge housing to permanent housing, but there's also, the report provides the outcomes for other exits. Just a moment.
So 32% translates to what number exactly? How many people are we talking about?
That I don't know, because I believe that...
It's 3,000 if I...
Go ahead.
3,000 out of 13,000. So there's a number of people who move between the shelter inventory that we have. There are people who move into other shelter programs. They move into detox programs. Some folks go into medical settings.
So are those the individuals that fall in that 68% of individuals who did not exit to permanent housing?
That's correct.
Okay. So you have a mechanism to track these individuals and continue to provide services.
We continue to track folks and continue to stay in touch with folks.
Yes.
And so the last thing I'm going to say, Mr. President, is I think we need to ensure honesty here. And I think that we need to make sure that I understand that the fundamental need is to build more housing and provide services to individuals. But I don't want to stand here and sugarcoat anything. I want to make sure that we understand that individuals who are difficult to place, that we're just not successful in placing them because they have a bunch of issues that we cannot address that unfortunately also cannot be addressed in a permanent supported housing unit or in a bridge housing facility, that we're actually figuring out what we're going to do with these folks. I want to hear from the County Department of Mental Health, the county hospital system. What are we doing for individuals who we're not able to place for a bunch of reasons? So what I fear is going to happen is that they're going to continue to get dumped on our streets. Mm-hmm. They're going to get jailed, and they're not going to be able to receive the services that they need because they're difficult to place. So I think we have to have a real conversation about what that looks like and come to the realization that we need serious accountability from the different agencies on the county side.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, Council Member. The other, and I know the county homeless initiative is working on a report in response to a board motion regarding other mainstream non-homeless services systems that can be leveraged in order to keep people from becoming homeless. Because in many, many cases, those types of systems of care had to fail for somebody before they accessed the homeless services system, because they were not homeless. They were receiving services from one of those other systems of care, and for whatever reason ended up becoming homeless. And so we do need to leverage other types of services that could serve as a safeguard against homelessness, so that our homeless service system is serving the people who are homeless, and we are able to chip away at that number, at the current number of people that are represented in the count.
Yeah. And the last thing I will say before I end is, I think, I'm just thinking about this out loud, but I think maybe there's a value at looking at the makeup of LAHSA, and perhaps taking a look at what that governance board looks like, and having this council and this body having more of an interaction with the board, or perhaps we just need to look at a different governance board. I think our staffs will tell us that we're working together, but at times I feel like we're working in silos with the county. And I think we're better off figuring out ourselves as a governing board, because we're the ones being held accountable for what people see on the street. So I want to take a look at that in the future and figuring out whether this might not be the best way to approach this issue, and maybe it's the folks around this body, the decision makers, who perhaps need to take a closer look at that makeup. Thank you.
Okay, and before I call the last two speakers, Mr. Rue wanted to make an announcement.
Yes, for the Health, Education, Neighborhoods, Parks, Arts, and Rivers Committee, will be postponed it one more time to 2:30.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rue. I want to just take 2 quick minutes to piggyback on what Ms. Martinez said. I think all of us agree that we're housing thousands and thousands of people, but we have to put more emphasis on the prevention piece. That I believe that it is cheaper to do that. So I'd like to get from you guys, not today, but you have in the document that you gave us that in 2015, prevention-wise, you helped approximately 1,300 people. 2018, you assisted 5,600 people. What does assisted help? What did you do? How did you prevent 5,600 people from getting on the streets? Mm-hmm. And also, how much did that cost? because if we hear all of these reports about how expensive it is to build, it makes sense to me that we may want to have a conversation, depending on the data we get back from you, about setting aside a chunk of money where we could put the emphasis on trying to keep people in their homes and apartments. And I guess, but I could be wrong, that could be very cost efficient. If you hear reports, 500,000 a unit, 130-something thousand a unit, and then an extra $9,000 here or $14,000 there, or whatever it is you do. Because, see, we're working hard, and I'm proud of a lot of the work that's happening, but we must come up with a way to close the spigot that allows people to flow into homelessness in the first place. And common sense would lead me to believe that would be cheaper. So I'd like to get a report back that tells me how this works, how much funds you have already, how you use the funds. I really want to understand that, because I truly believe we will never, ever be able, given what you've said today, we're never going to build ourselves out of this, ever. So and I also believe that we need to create some kind of structured job placement. And I'm not talking about just pushing a broom, even though that's good, honest work. My dad was a janitor. But I'm talking about creating real work opportunities for, as you say, the 70% of the people that are on the street, that are not suffering from mental problems, are not suffering from regular health problems. And so I'd like to see some kind of conversation with organized labor, big business, and government, that we would come up with a specific plan to deal with individuals that are actually living on the street, giving them training, and put them in a job that has financial upward mobility so they can afford to stay in homes. But anyway, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few more thoughts. One that's been mentioned, of course, is that this is an emergency. We should declare a true state of emergency and operate that way. And I found often that we have exactly the opposite response. I have a location in Council District 5 near the intersection of Wilshire and Sepulveda. And I believe if we were allowed to, we could build 500 to 700 units. It's a perfect location for it. What's holding us up? At the county level, the county says if you build it within 700 feet of a freeway, you can't have H services. So we would rather have people lying in the landscaping of the freeway, breathing those fumes, rather than putting them in a location that's further away than a lot of the city's luxury housing from the freeway and could be filtered, and yet the county has this ridiculous policy. Just as difficult, this is currently a DWP lot. It's mostly surface parking. DWP says, of course we could never do this. Well, if you took the top 5 managers that are dealing with this issue and you said, we've kidnapped your family, to get them back, you have to resolve this issue, I think they would find a way to build those 500 to 700 units and move the very underutilized, mostly surface parking property and the needs to another location. But we're just being very bureaucratic on our own. We have to actually act as if it is an emergency ourselves, city and county, and take the steps we would take in an emergency. It's also been mentioned a couple times that we've had mentally ill on our streets since the Reagan administration. Well, Ronald Reagan hasn't been governor for 45 years, and we have a $20 billion plus surplus. If not now, when is it time for us to undertake a concerted effort to get the state to take back responsibility for mental health services? The excuse 50 years ago was, we don't want to warehouse our mentally ill. Let's get rid of all the facilities and create local facilities. I think that was just an excuse for Reagan to abrogate the responsibility and save the state many hundreds of millions of dollars. But it's time for us to come up with a coherent strategy and put that responsibility back on the state where it belongs and have them come up with a coherent policy. We should not have a single mentally ill homeless person on the streets of Los Angeles or anywhere else in the state of California. Also at the county level, we have one of the largest mental health facilities in a way, which are the county jails. We have so many tens of thousands of mentally ill people in the jails. Now, I think our current DA is doing a pretty good job of pushing for mental health to be provided in the jails, but I believe we should actually ask them to restructure their system and create, rather than just another jail, a mental health facility for every mentally ill person in the jail system. And rather than viewing it as a problem, view it as an opportunity. We're talking about not having 5150 holds, so we can't take people off the streets against their will. We have them there. They're a captive audience. It's a chance to treat them. So why don't we take advantage of that opportunity? Also, as is mentioned, we have many impediments to getting people off the streets. One of many is that many homeless people have animals, and that animal may be their only friend in the world. And so if a homeless person is offered a unit, but they have to give up their dog, it's not going to happen. So we keep hundreds of people out of the ability to house themselves. And so I have a motion in to require that anyone that builds new homeless housing has to provide the ability for the homeless person to keep their animals. But we're also looking at whether that can be done for buildings that have been built under city auspices previously. I know the bureaucracy is pushing back, so I would ask for assistance in pushing forward and making that happen so we can house more people. Also, the foster care system is a disaster and a source of younger people winding up on the streets homeless. And we should work more closely with the state and the county government to see if we can create a better process. I know we've made some progress, so now we don't kick them out on the streets at 18, now we kick them out on the streets when they turn 21. But a lot of them wind up homeless anyway. I think we need to resolve that too. A minor problem, I think it's probably happening as much in my district as anywhere.
Time, Mr. Corrett.
Is there are homes that are being built on multiple units that are being demoed and converted to single family. We should change our zoning laws to prevent that from being able to happen. I mean, there are a lot of other things that I think we need to look at. I'll only mention one more, which is safe parking. Right now we're looking at having charitable organizations provide the safe parking that don't really have money to contribute to it. In fact, we have to fund them. I think we should look at making the requests of corporations with plenty of money that have offered to do positive things on this issue, ask them to provide their surface parking lots and to provide their own security so it's less costly and it's more available. There are probably 100 corporations that could do this, and many of them would be willing to provide that kind of opportunity. Actually, one last idea, which I don't know how well received it'll be, but we have a lot of properties where we have a surface which in a year will have a bridge housing facility. Could we in that year allow people to fill those spots with their individual tents, put them on one facility, house a mobile bathroom and shower and dryer setup, and get them off the streets now? It's an extreme measure, but I think this is an emergency. We should be looking at extreme measures, and I think that would be something that would short-term be helpful as well.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Next on the queue is Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to piggyback on a question that Mr. Koretz asked, and that is, has the city or the county looked into the possibility of creating some kind of a diversion program for individuals who do not need acute care or hospitalization? What can we do to help individuals who continue to reject services and who refuse placement due to trauma, distrust, whatever? I understand that there are programs like Laura's Law that will help disabled, low-functioning people, but what about those who don't fall under that category, still unable to make decisions for themselves, still posing a public health problem? Just throwing it out, if a diversion program like that has been contemplated, and if not, why don't we think about it?
I'll start there. I think that the statistics that you saw in Lass's presentation earlier today about the number of people who are currently engaged in the system now, and that was just right now. I think last year, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, there was a number that you used in Homelessness and Poverty Committee that over 70,000 people had been assessed in a 12-month period.
That's correct.
I think that right there, I mean, those assessments don't take a small amount of time. It's much less involved than even the demographic survey of the count. I think that is something that, to me, really speaks to the question of whether people are service resistant. I think that we have obviously so many more people right now. We have 31,000 people who have been assessed and gone through a process of becoming housing ready that we don't have the resources to house. We have plenty of work to do with the people who are engaged in the system as far as the question between people who are service resistant and people who aren't. And we have so many more outreach workers than we've ever had before to be able to continue to engage with people that may not be open to engaging in a system on the first try, second try, third try. We have people out there that are sticking with it and sticking with until those people are ready. And we have plenty of people who are ready now to help if we had sufficient resources and housing resources to get them into a unit. But I defer to Peter to continue that response.
So I think there's a connection as well to what several of the council members raised up as people with very, very serious mental illness who are, candidates for the kinds of interventions like a 5150 hold and other things like that. And you mentioned Laura's Law. It is designed for people who meet the gravely disabled, in order to catch people who would not maybe otherwise meet the gravely disabled definition so that people don't decompensate and perish on our streets. The entire impetus of the way that the homeless crisis system works is based on people's ability to engage with us and work with us. I don't think that service resistance is a meaningful framework to think about people. I think people have been let down, people have some wariness, people have some concerns, people have trust issues. We work with people over time and build those up. And I think there are people who have significant disabilities, and we make referrals for the multidisciplinary teams as indicated for the mental health evaluation units and for 911 responders where people are so gravely disabled that they appear to present a danger to themselves or others. There's a spectrum there. I think that while we are able to work with people who might seem like they're service resistant, and it takes time. People have built, people who have been on the street for a very long time may have encountered many, many unfavorable, shelter experiences, many unfavorable, experiences where interventions have failed them, where they have not been treated with dignity and respect, and people have built up distrust. And those are the kinds of long-term relationship building that we need to regain. And there are thousands of people, tens of thousands of people who are working with us right now and ready to house, and that is a real focus. So I feel like there is a spectrum of engagement, and part of the challenge that we face is that where we lack the ability to immediately place someone into a resource, we don't have the same traction as a value proposition that we would where we were able to do that. If we had the beds, if we had the housing slots, if we had the resources that were immediately available, and we could engage people and bring that value to the conversation, we would have much more traction. And from my perspective, I feel like the articulation of service resistance as a framework for thinking through the dialogue puts way too much of the burden of the challenge of getting people housed out of homelessness on the people who are currently homeless and not on the rest of the infrastructure. Had we the resources to house everybody that we're currently working with now, there would be tens of thousands of people moved off the streets right away. And I think if we could deliver on that value proposition such that there was enough housing resource to pull people through immediately, I think that dialogue would largely go away. Now, there are certainly people who are very, very mentally ill. And for example, we have a hard time working, because our requirements are that, we're working with people under a consent framework. And, we're engaging with people who can dialogue with us. So we work very closely with the Department of Mental Health. We work very closely with law enforcement and the fire departments and the other first responders on people who are in those categories where, if a person in a full-minute psychotic episode is unable to engage with us, we work very closely with our mental health first responders on that population. But that's a very small, though very visible piece of the homeless population.
Thank you. And to close, Mr. O'Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of questions, and Rushmore, these might be for you. How many developers, if any, have returned some of the committed Prop HHH funds that they've applied for, but then realized they could not pencil out their development for various reasons?
At this point, Councilman, no funds have been returned.
Okay.
We're still within that 2-year time frame for them to be able to move forward with their project and begin construction.
All right. That's actually encouraging.
Yes, it is.
And then, do we have a sense of how much funding the linkage fee is expected to bring in to generate for affordable housing?
Right now, Councilman, keeping in mind that it was not fully implemented until just earlier this month, at that time, the complete gross receipts was approximately $5.2 million, a far cry from what we initially anticipated when we first rolled out with the plan, which was anywhere from 70 to 105 million. Of course, that was at a different time when the economy was moving more swiftly. Obviously, we were in an economic boom at that time, and things have slowed down a bit, so obviously the receipts are somewhat down, but you keep in mind this is a fee that's going to be in place for years to come, so it's going to be something that we'll be able to build upon for years to come thereafter.
It'll grow.
Yes.
So are you able to extrapolate from this $5 million what we could expect in 1 year's time, for example?
It's really hard to project, Councilman, and I will say that per the Mayor and Council's direction, an oversight committee has been created, and that oversight committee is going to be meeting this month, the month of June, July, and be bringing back the expenditure plan sometime in early August. That'll lay out how we would like to roll out the dollars, and of course they're based on percentages, and as the dollars come in, then we'll provide regular reports to the Mayor and Council as to the balances of those and how we're doing against those programs that we've identified.
Appreciate that. And then lastly, as far as questions, we have a greater understanding of why the per unit cost has gone up, and we're getting there. But despite our best efforts, we don't fully understand that yet. So we don't, meaning city leaders, not fully. I mean, I don't, not fully. But I understand some of the reasons why it's gone up. You've illustrated that. And this isn't about blaming anyone or anything, but what I want to do is find out, I'd love to get some pro forma examples. I'm not going to drop a motion about this or anything else, but I am going to pursue this. Some pro forma examples of the costs in the pie and exactly why the costs are what they are, notwithstanding the innovation fund that I think is very promising, as compared to just market rate units in a multi-unit building, right? Or even affordable housing units in a mixed income building, for example. I think it'll be really good for us to get a better understanding of the cost per unit for HHH funded homes. And then the categories are on city-owned land or land we have to acquire. And so that should help clear this up, because I think it's starting to be a chronic question, and we'll get to the answer. And let's pursue that together.
Happy to respond.
Terrific. Thank you. And Mr. President and colleagues, I think we can wrap this up. You all have been sitting here for almost 4 hours. So I want to thank you for your time, your effort, your thoughts, your passions about collectively addressing homelessness in the city. It's been a great conversation, lots of ideas, plenty of well-earned frustrations, and I think that some points have really been made abundantly clear. We need additional resources. We need to utilize the resources that we have more efficiently. We need to think outside the proverbial box on the whole array of elements related to helping to address homelessness and actually reduce the numbers, which brings me to this, and Mr. Lynn, we talked about this a couple of committee meetings ago. It's time to set homelessness reduction goals. It's time. We need to do it. And in the coming months, in advance of the 2020 count, I really want to take a look at setting, I don't just want to say realistic, but I want to say aggressive homelessness reduction goals. And I want to open that conversation up and just put it out there right now that that's what we'll be talking about. And just in closing, in summation, the severity of the crises, I think, demands that we look at this entirely anew. We've settled in this reality, I think, and I believe very strongly we need a paradigm shift in our thinking entirely. We have this new status quo on homelessness, right, that none of us wants to accept, but it has crept in nonetheless. And I think today has been all about, we're on track to really make a difference. We are honoring the will of the voters in Los Angeles and Los Angeles County to a pretty decent degree, but we need to do much more. We get that. So at the same time, I'm hopeful, but I'm also very aware that we need significant more assistance from the state and the county. The county in relation to mental health services, the county in relation to making sure that we think ahead, that the H dollars will continue as we build more of the HHH projects. And even if our bridge shelters stay open longer or we build the additional ones, that we take a look at creating another MOU so that that funding can remain as well. Now, with a backdrop of all this, the state. I have challenged the state for a $1.2 billion match. I stand by that challenge. We need it. We deserve it. Along with that, the state needs to enact reform as it relates to Costa-Hawkins and the Ellis Act. I'll repeat one more time because I think it bears it. On Sunday, I spent time with constituents in a building in Echo Park that had been neglected clearly for years, that someone bought and is trying to evict them all because they've invoked Ellis. That scenario can be repeated hundreds of times across the city. If the state doesn't come through and help us, we can work at the margins on how we interpret Ellis and the protections that we can give, but at the end of the day, we are bumping up against a state law. So the state needs to come in and help us with Ellis and Costa-Hawkins in a very real way, because that combined with some instances of I think, CEQA abuse challenges, which the state is helping us to address. We're making some strides there. But that really adds up to greater displacement, which is just making all of our jobs more difficult. Not to mention that it's inhumane and just plain wrong. So, colleagues, I think we're making some progress. We will work together to make continuing progress, and I want to challenge all of us to just really think brand new about how we approach this. It is the crises of our generation, of our time across the state of California and across the city of Los Angeles. And we need to represent the voice of our constituents who are understandably beyond frustrated and upset. And I think we all get that, so I don't want to beat anyone over the head about that. But that's where we are, and that needs to be recognized. So Godspeed. Let's do much, much more. I look forward to seeing you all in committee. And then let's talk about doing, having a presentation on a regular basis here, maybe quarterly. And we'll hash through some of these problems, challenges, and make progress on these other innovative ideas that we've talked about today. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you,
O'Farrell.
panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Farrell. Members, to our panel. With that now, Madam Clerk, what's before us?
Mr. President, there is a request to continue item 1 to Friday, June 28, 2019.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
And then next, items 2 through 7 are before council.
Let's take that now. Let's take these items now, colleagues, members. Items 2 through 7. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those items are approved. Thank you. Now, members, So we just lost quorum. We will move on. So because we lost quorum, we don't need to take general public comment, correct? So what's before us? Okay. Okay, you down here, you're just disrupting the meeting. Herman and Wayne, let the record reflect they are disrupting the meeting. That's her warning. Okay, they've been warned. They continue to disrupt the meeting. Okay, with that, what's before us?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
They're posted and referred.
That clears the desk.
Thank you. Any announcements, members? Announcements? Let's all rise for adjourning motions. Any adjourning motions? Okay. So hearing none, we are now adjourned. Thank you.